Martling the Down Race, our final destination of the 2025 GEDLICH Racing Iberian Tour. This is the final weekend of the 4-point scoring GEDLICH Racing Winter Series Championships. The GTs, the GT4s, the prototypes and the Formula Winter Series all out there on the circuit this weekend. Deluxe grids across all classes. The 6th event of the season covered by Alpha Live in this tour of Iberia with GEDLICH Racing. We are at the current home, of course, of the Spanish Grand Prix. Myself, Adam Weller, with you in the commentary box alongside Andrew Mather. In the pit lane is Izzy Browning, and we have our wonderful team of camera ops around the circuit ready to bring the action on a circuit that looks almost dry, and that's not something we've been able to say much over the course of the last 24 hours. It's 4.6 kilometers in length, this circuit, 14 corners with 28 meters worth of elevation change. Established all the way back now in 1991, has been a consistent host of Formula One racing, of course also motorcycle Grand Prix competition and pretty much every major motorsport competition within Europe. It is a brilliant layout that's given us some great racing in the past. This weekend it might give us some rather hair-raising action. As you can see, at the moment the weather looks pretty good, but we are expecting some more rain later on. It has been wet for most of the day. The qualifying sessions were all largely affected by wet conditions in some form or another, and we'll see how the radar plays out and how it affects this weekend of racing. It's a critical Saturday, the most critical Saturday of the season. The championships will all be decided within the next 28 hours or so, to be completely accurate, and we could well have at least one or two champions decided on this day, on the Saturday. One race for each of our 4 categories. We will be getting started with the Formula Winter Series, but across all 4 categories, Andrew, a lot at stake today, and it's quite likely that we'll be crowning at least one champion.
Possibly 2, I think, today, but dependent on how the results go across the course of this afternoon, and those weather conditions, as you mentioned, Adam, I think are going to give a real test to all the categories today. Aragon was a test enough with the cold, particularly on the Sunday, but more precipitation in the air. You can see those clouds rolling in. We have had quite a lot of rain overnight as well, so it's quite a green circuit out there. There's not a lot of rubber laid down on the track surface. But yeah, really looking forward to this one, and it's a season finale as well, which always just adds a little bit more spice. You know, drivers trying to get their achievements for the Winter Series as a whole. It's this weekend, they've got to do it. They've got no more opportunities after this.
Exactly right, and the Formula Winter Series could well be decided today. Gabriel Gomez in the pound seat on that front. However, he would need to finish second if either Finn McLaughlin or Leo Robinson won today's race. They are on the front row. He is in 8th. So that is a bit of a wrinkle. Gabriel Gomez has not had the best of qualifying. Both qualifying sessions didn't go against him. I don't think Gabriel is going to have a strong starting position for any of these races outside the top 5 for all of the sessions, and that is going to be a bit of a challenge for Gomez, who of course is yet to finish off the podium this year. As I alluded to, Leo Robinson, Finn McLaughlin at the front of the field, Bart Harrison in 3rd, and then Davide Larini on his debut in the Formula Winter Series, 4th on the grid for AKM Motorsport, which is a huge result for the team. That's the furthest they've been up all season. And for Davide as well, who's had mixed fortune so far in his junior single-seater career, a 4th place start could lead him to one of his best results yet in car racing.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for him there on the 2nd row of the grid to get in amongst it. I always like to just describe a driver in his situation at this pinnacle end of a season as a disruptor. Isn't part of the championship, but is fully in there to try and get on the podium today, and could be a real thorn in the side of those that have got their eye on the final championship standings. Your Robinsons, your McLaughlins, your Gomez's, and your likes of Kabir Anurag as well, whilst Kabir Anurag is just outside the points situation that would give him a chance of winning the title. He could still get 2nd, he could still make it an US Racing 1-2. So he's going to be looking pretty keen to have a good start in this first race of the day. And you can see a bit of activity out there on the grid, counting down towards the first race of the weekend, which will be for the Formula Winter Series. Qualifying this morning was wet, very wet for the drivers out there. So it's the Q1 session that will set the grid, Adam, for this next race.
Yes, indeed. So qualifying one, best times for now. Qualifying one, second best times for race number 2. And we'll see how that one is formed up. I don't think all the information is quite there yet for race number 2, but we'll worry about that when we get there, because there is the small matter of this first race to complete. As you can see, the trolleys are heading down with tyres on them. Understand everyone's going out there on slicks. The circuit does look dry, but it has scarcely been dry so far on Saturday morning. But they will be bringing the wets along, of course, just in case. There are a lot of skies looking very dark overhead. Should be an hour or so before we get any hint of light rain, but they want to be safe.
And the good thing for the teams and for the drivers on this occasion, it's not too dissimilar to what we had in the preparations for race 3 at Aragon, where we were talking about how even just the reconnaissance lap, not an official lap as part of the race, but was a very, very key part of making the right call on that particular occasion last Sunday. But it was very cold, of course, back at Aragon. Bit warmer here today. We're up into the teens, 15 degrees air temperature is our peak for today. So with drivers going for slicks, if they go for slicks, it should be a bit easier than it was 6 days ago to get that necessary heat into their tyres.
Yeah, no, it absolutely should be a little bit easier on that front. You can see some new furniture on the circuit compared to how we were last year here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. That new bridge overlooking turns 10 and 11, the long back straight down towards formerly one of the better overtaking opportunities on the circuit. It is still a good chance if you get a good run out of turn 9, but of course they've opened up the final sector again after making it a bit heavy on hairpins and chicanes. And we wanted the first events to head back out, in fact the first event to head back out in race conditions onto the original configuration of turn 13 and 14 back in 2023 after they abandoned the Formula 1 chicane. The cars heading out onto the circuit then, 28 set to take the start for this weekend. Of course, plenty of new faces out there on the circuit. A lot of the female trophy drivers we've grown to become familiar with are away this weekend. They'll be testing at the Shanghai International Circuit ahead of their F1 Academy campaign, but that means that we can welcome plenty of new faces into the paddock. We've got a new team as well, Viola Formula Racing, campaigning Ludovico Busso, the talented Sicilian driver. He'll be starting from 21st on the grid for this one. We also welcome Emily Cotti into the fold. She is joining High-Tech TGR, taking over from Nina Hardeman. No pressure for Emily, of course. We know what that car can do. Has been consistently in the points and has won 7 from 9 races so far in the female trophy element of the grid. A good shout out as well for this one for Javier Herrera of Yenza Motorsport. The Yenza cars in general seem to really like the slightly treacherous conditions we were racing in earlier on, or qualifying in earlier on, I should say. And Javier Herrera on his debut in the category is running 9th overall. We'll be starting from P9 on the grid. I say debut in the category, I'm pretty sure for him it is also his debut in car racing, the young Mexican driver, so he really has had a great start to his first weekend in an F4 car. So plenty of new names, some returning names as well. Jan Kurler is back for the first time in a couple of rounds. Lucas Amalisto is with us for the first time since the opener at Portimao. And then the man we've already mentioned, Davide Larini, 4th on the grid, making his first appearance in the Formula Winter Series, doing so with AKM Motorsport. So a nice full quota of drivers and cars ready to take to the circuit here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. They're heading down towards the grid now. I believe we've got the standard procedures going on, so it will only be one sighting lap for everybody, one chance to feel out these conditions, and then they'll be thrown into the racing headlong. And we'll see how this one pans out.
We will indeed. Let's have a very quick rundown of the championship scores as we go into this final weekend of the 2025 Formula Winter Series. Gabriel Gomez, as mentioned, is your championship leader. 182 points is on his scorecard at the moment. And remember, it's a maximum of 82 possible from the whole weekend. 4 of those points have, in fact, already been attributed to drivers. Our 2 qualifying fastest drivers in Quali 1 and Quali 2. We'll get onto that in a few moments' time. Finn McLaughlin, brilliant weekend. 1 weekend ago at Aragon. He's now in 2nd place on 115 and also your top rookie. Leo Robinson, very much the opposite, did not have the weekend he would have wanted at Aragon. He's still there in 3rd place on 106, but he's going to be looking over his shoulder at Kabir Anurak, Gomez's US Racing teammate, who's currently on 97 points and has been getting stronger and stronger as the season has gone on. Maximilian Popov in the top 5 in those point standings at the moment on 88. He's got an advantage of 17 points over Maxim Rem in 6th place. Andrea Kostic is then the first of a gaggle of drivers, all on 38 points. So all inside the top 10 at the moment are Andrea Kostic, Bart Harrison, Eddie Robinson and Enia Fry. Other drivers in the rookie ranks, look out for Thomas Behrman and Dante Vinci running well in that one. And your top-ranked female driver who's with us this weekend is Geneva Panzeri, a little bit further down the order. But the cars are on the grid, the drivers are on the grid, and also on the grid is Izzy Browning for the first time this weekend. Let's head down to Izzy, who's there with us right now.
You are absolutely right, boys. I am down on the grid as always. Our season finale about to get underway this weekend. And as we have done all season long, we will give you the look down to turn 1, the safety car about to go off on its sighting lap as we have the 5-minute board. Very, very long run down to turn 1 at this track. So not sure you can actually see the corner, but always, as is our tradition, we have to give you the look down to turn 1. So first race of the day then, the first race of the weekend for the Formula Winter Series, and it is going to be Leo Robinson on pole position. Of course, Leo had a trickier weekend in Aragon, but back on the front row, back on the pole position, and I'm sure we'll be giving it everything for this final weekend. Leo, great to see you. Back where you probably should be, up at the sharp end. I know it was a tricky weekend in Aragon, but you'll be giving it everything for this final weekend of the championship, won't you?
Yes, final weekend at a Grand Prix track. It's nice to be on pole, back where I belong. So yeah, and give it all this race and see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a super tricky qualifying this morning, but things have dried up. So actually having to adapt a little bit because most of your running has been in the wet this weekend so far.
Yeah, the last practice session was in the wet, but I know I'm one of the quickest, if not the quickest in the dry. I'm starting on pole position for a reason. I think round here, if I get into turn 1, P1, that should be it, race over hopefully. I can control it from there.
All right, nice and simple. Best of luck out there. Have fun. Right, we're going to continue back then because it is Leo's teammate alongside him on the front row. That is going to be the number 5 of Finn McLaughlin. And if you were with us in Aragon last weekend, you will know that this guy was the master of the conditions out there. Had fabulous, fabulous weekend, picking up 2 wins in the championship and leading the rookie standings as well. He said to me a couple of times that the rookie standings is not what he is concerned with, but still an incredible thing to be able to say that you're leading those standings in your first championship in car racing. We're going to continue back. Just be a little bit careful, cameraman Joe, if you don't want to get hit by the tyres coming off the grid, because of course on P3 we have the number 21 of Bart Harrison. Fabulous qualifying for Bart Harrison this morning. I spoke to him last weekend in Aragon when he also started on P3 and things then became a little bit trickier, didn't manage to secure the podium, but I am going to run around and try and speak to him now and hopefully not curse him as I potentially did last weekend by speaking to him. Bart, well, you're back on the second row. You said to me last weekend, you know, the progress that you've made in this championship is really coming together. A chance to get a podium in this final weekend here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to actually finish this time. I start P3. That would be a start, and then I want to try and move up the field and see what we can do.
Good stuff. We'll let you have fun out there. We're going to continue back because, of course, it is the last weekend of our championship. We want to give you a chance to see as many cars as possible. So we are going to continue back. The number 14 then alongside him of Davide Larini. And as Adam said, fantastic qualifying for Davide. He comes into the Formula Winter Series for the first time this weekend, has had experience in F4 racing, of course, before in Italian F4 and Euro 4, but has struggled a little bit, so fantastic to see him up at the sharp end, and I'm sure we'll be absolutely going for it. It's not last day of school just yet, because last day of school is, of course, tomorrow, but it does sort of feel a little bit last day of school vibes, and so many drivers will want to end their season on a high, and one of those drivers is the number 23, alongside the highest starting position of the season for Artem Severikin there in the Yenza car, so a fantastic ending to the season, or ending qualifying of the season for the two Yenza cars there of Bart Harrison and Artem Severikin. And continuing back, we've got the number 19 of Kabir Anurag. Spoke to Kabir quite a lot last weekend as he had a fabulous weekend in Aragon. He'll be hoping to get up the sharp end as well. And of course, as Leo just said to me, this is an F1 track. All of these drivers hoping to make it to F1, and the chance to race on an F1 track starts now.
So then the lights are on down there. One light left on the top of the gantry. The cars will be rolling now as the green light signals the start of this formation lap. This qualifying session was in damp, tricky conditions earlier on, but two familiar faces at the front. Leo Robinson on pole position, Finn McLaughlin alongside him, second and third in the championship. They can prolong the title fight, depending on what Gabriel Gomez does in this race. Bart Harrison lines up in third position, the number 21 car for Yenza, alongside Davide Larini for AKM Motorsport. A great turnout in qualifying for them. Artem Severikin is next, alongside Kabir Anurag, who can clearly feel a sense of relief in the paddock after finally getting that win last time out in the Aragon circuit. Thomas Behrman, 7th on the grid, alongside Gabriel Gomez. An uncharacteristically low starting point for Gomez this year. He's been right up there at the front all season long. Javier Herrera is next, 9th position on the grid for the newcomer to the Yenza lineup, replacing Alba Larsen. Maxim Rim rounds out the overall top 10. Of course, he has had some wins already this year too. Lucas Amalisto back for the first time since Portimao in 11th, alongside Enya Fry in P12. He won't be happy with being the last of the Yenza cars on the grid. Expect him to surge forward. Maximilian Popov, ditto. He has been up there challenging for podiums all year. From 13th on the grid, he will move up. Dante Vinci is starting from 14th. In 15th, Andrea Kostic, the number 10 car, alongside Andrea Dupe, the first of the AS Motorsport machines. Peyton Westcott, a strong qualifying for her in 17th, the first of the female trophy drivers, alongside Simon Schranz of Renault Motorsport. In 19th position, it is Alexander Ruter, and in 20th place, it is Jan Köhler. Jan Köhler rounding out the overall top 20. Ludovico Busso is next in 21st. Emily Cotti in 22nd place, the high-tech TGR driver. Matilda Patz in 23rd position, alongside Kirill Kutskov. In 25th place, Theo Borenstein alongside Ginevra Panzeri. And at the rear of the pack, it is Cornelia Olkutska and Elia Luis Weiss. I believe at least Olkuska and Weiss had issues in qualifying. I think they may have even come together during Q1, but they hopefully are there at the back of the field Last heat cycles then going into the tyres, Andrew, and a long run to the first corner, so they need to nail this start.
Yeah, really important to get the preparation of your car done right here at Barcelona-Catalunya, because you're absolutely correct. It is one of the longest runs of the season, and there's already problems. Is that Simon Strands in the number 25 that's meant to be starting this race from 18th on the grid? Simon has had a problem quite clearly on the formation lap and will not take the start, we think.
That's a huge shame for Strands. That might also delay the start to this race, depending how efficiently they can get him out of the gravel. When it's dug up or dug into the gravel trap like that, it often means it needs the assistance of a vehicle rather than just some hearty and very strong corner marshals. But we'll see if we can get this race underway or not. So 27 of the expected 28 are lining up on the grid. It has been declared a wet race, even though everyone is on slicks, which is why you can see those rain lights flickering away. The green flag waves, but now, no, the yellow lights are on, which means an additional formation lap. So we will be retrieving the number 25 of Simon Strands before he gets back out onto the circuit. We've got one car straggling a little bit there, going out of or get out onto the second formation lap. In fact, a couple of drivers struggling a little bit to get the cars launched away for this second formation lap. And after all that anticipation, especially for our title contending drivers, I'm sure particularly Gabriel Gomez, after all of that anticipation, all of that build-up, knowing that he needs a good race day, he needs to move up a couple of places to confirmably sew up the title today, and that little anticipation followed by disappointment will not be something he wanted. And also something that no one wants to hear, Andrew, is the bulletin that we just got in our ears.
Well, I wouldn't say everyone. I'd say us neutrals in the box,
well, yes,
who like a good old exciting race, might quite like this one. We've just heard in our ears that there's spots of rain. This is very much like the third race at Aragon 6 days ago. I mean, Gabriel's a very experienced driver, Gabriel Gomez, but I think there's a degree there that you're right, Adam, that he would want, starting on the fourth row of this grid, just a nice, quiet, arguably boring race for himself.
Yeah.
An extra formation lap that just doesn't let the nerves dissipate away and get into the meat of this race. That's not what he wants. And yeah, if there is a little bit of rain out there, that is not good news for anybody, but especially someone who's just trying to get the points on the board. Just to be clear, it's 25 points for a win. It's the standard top 10 points scoring method in Formula Winter Series. 2 extra points if you set a fastest lap time in either of the qualifying sessions. Now, 2 of those points have gone to Leo Robinson. The other 2 points from Q2 that sets races for tomorrow, that's gone in the direction of Maxime Rem. That's good for Gomez in a way, because if he's not scoring those bonus points, at least none of his title rivals are scoring his bonus points either. There's a point as well for fastest lap that we need to keep track of by our unofficial calculations here in the box. 4th place is what Gomez would need in this race to be champion in this race. Now, there's another way of doing that is the points for 4th place. You could do that over a couple of races, but the simplest way of doing it is a gain of 4 positions would take his maximum score beyond that of Finn McLaughlin.
But of course that would change as well depending on which of the front row starters wins the race.
Indeed, yes.
So we'll see how that one pans out. Nonetheless, the cars are currently making their way back to the grid again. Simon Strands was on the entry to turn 13, so we saw that his car had been cleared from its resting place there. Hopefully he gets to take the start as well. He might be in the pit lane at the moment, one might suggest, or indeed maybe he's been sent around for a formation lap after all. We'll have to see. Hopefully we do get to see that number 25 car out there on the circuit. The other 27 are all ready to go. This could be the title deciding race. It is the title deciding weekend in the Formula Winter Series. We are underway and racing, and it looks like a good start there from Leo Robinson. We've got one stalled from about row 3, row 4. Looked like one of the US Racing cars. Could have been Anurag, maybe could have even been Gomez, not sure, but it is the number 6 that leads. Finn McLaughlin second, 3rd place Harrison. Line one of the high-tech cars having to take the return loop onto the circuit after running wide in the first couple of corners. Car 78, Gabriel Gomez, was the driver who didn't get off the line. It was the championship leader, did not get the car going.
First bit of drama of the weekend, Adam. The championship leader is in trouble in this one. This is now an opportunity for both Finn McLaughlin and for Leo Robinson to not only keep this championship going, but take a big, big chunk out of Gomez's lead. There's the number 3 of Maximilian Popov going down the inside. I think that was one of the Yenza cars running wide through the chicane. This is what can happen on a final weekend, Adam, and it's why I still go back. And there, well, Gabriel Gomez is more than stalled on the grid. He's out of this race. He's out of the car. Us Racing have got the number 78 back into pit lane, but that's going nowhere quickly in a hurry. That will be no points for Gabriel Gomez in his first race of the weekend.
No points for Gomez. That is a huge headline, and that does confirm, doesn't it, effectively? Well, if as long as the top 2 stay out there towards the sharp end, it does seem as though the championship will move on. It depends now on what Robinson and McLaughlin do in the remainder of this first race. For now, though, it's Leo Robinson in the lead. Finn McLaughlin, I think, in a way, will be frustrated that he's only in second place because, of course, he's the man closer to Gomez in the championship, and he would like the full haul of 25, maybe even that fastest lap point as well, to try and turn the tides in his favour for the remainder of this weekend. Bart Harrison 3rd, Severick in 4th, Anurag 5th. Unfortunately, Davide Larini now down to 8th position behind Maximilian Popov. He has dropped through the order. Popov has moved up rather as we anticipated. I didn't think Popov would stay outside of the top 10 for too long. Leading in the female trophy category is Peyton Westcott. She's still up in 18th place, having started in 17th position. Meanwhile, Popov pressuring Thomas Behrman there for 6th position. Behrman under threat. He's got some good starting positions under his belt for later on this weekend as well. We'll be looking to end his Formula One Series campaign on a high. But for now, Maximilian Popov almost has the high ground there for turn 9. Doesn't quite get it to the inside of Behrman ultimately, though he did get a good run there out of 7 and 8.
So still a long way in this race to go, but as things stand, the championship would still be a possibility for both Robinson and McLaughlin. It'd be tight. It'd be very, very tight. It would pretty much mean that both of them need to go unbeaten and fastest laps through the course of races 2 and 3, but they're doing the business right now to start to put the pressure on Gomez a little bit more when we get to race number 2. Out of the final corner, across the line to complete the second lap. Robinson's your race leader. McLaughlin there in second place. They're starting to edge away now from Bart Harrison, who's still not been on the podium so far this season. Had a very good chance to do so at Aragon, but it just didn't go his way. Down the inside, that's a nice move there, Adam, by Kabir Anurag, who could have quite a big role to play now in this race, because whilst he can't win the title, he can take points off of his teammates' rivals.
Yes, I'm sure that Gabriel Gomez is suddenly becoming the biggest Kabir Anurag fan anywhere in the world. He'll be cheering on his teammate here. Bart Harrison, of course, could also be a bit of a disruptor from 3rd position, although he is falling back from Robinson and McLaughlin. It's a high-tech 1-2, of course, at the moment, and it was, at least at the start of the lap, a Yenza 3-4, but with Severikin now behind Anurag, that has changed. There's the number 91 car of Olkutska into the pit lane. So Cornelia looks like she might have an issue with her tyres. Car was just going up on the jacks there from 26th position. If you're just joining us then, the race has already taken a huge turn for Gabriel Gomez. Didn't get off the line. Car was pushed behind the pits. Gabriel Gomez, championship leader, is, as it stands, going to find himself in a position that he was not hoping to have, and that was, of course, sitting on the sidelines and not scoring points. However, Izzy Browning said that the laptop was plugged in at Us Racing to do some diagnostics, but Gabriel Gomez walked away fairly quickly before they'd figured out quite what happened there. A frustrated young man by the sounds of it down in the pits, and well, you can sympathise.
You can sympathise, and you also scratch your head and wonder, could it even be something as simple as that prep, that second formation lap? Did something on the car go in a way that wouldn't have happened if it was just a normal standard one formation lap before the start of this one? But Harrison's just taken the fastest lap back. It's still a long way to go in this race, of course, but we do need to keep an eye on who's got the fastest lap, because that at the moment is good news for Gomez, that it would be Bart Harrison taking the bonus point for the fastest tour of the circuit, and not one of the two young gentlemen ahead of Bart Harrison, the two title rivals who still have a chance of overhauling Gomez's current score.
So then Harrison closing in, as you said, fastest lap of the race, and of course taking that point away is handy as well for Gabriel Gomez, isn't it? So we'll see how that unfolds. Cornelia Olkutska there just in front of the top two, so Cornelia might have to make way fairly shortly for the two high-tech cars. They are running for the same team, even though their liveries are rather different. Both, of course, already race winners this season. But, of course, even if Gomez is a bridge too far, and realistically, of course, we hype it up, but it is still an exceedingly long shot, as you alluded to, Andrew, for championship glory. But you can rest assured that with, 7 points between them coming into this race in the championship, McLaughlin Robinson will be looking to be top high-tech this weekend.
Fighting to be top high-tech in second place in the championship. Right now on the live scores, there's one single point between them to the advantage of Leo Robinson. Olkutska falls behind Anurag there. There's a move further back. Popov looking down the inside of Behrman for 6th place, and also a battle between the number 20 and the number 8 there. So coming through the field is Enia Fry, trying to get away through past the returning Lucas Samalisto.
Yes, indeed. So Samalisto back into the series, the Finnish racer. He had 2 top 10 results last time out in the Formula One series for him, and that, of course, was all the way back at Portimao. Maximilian Popov, we said he was working his way through the field. He's now working his way through the gravel trap down at turn number 4. And not quite sure how he ended up there, but you can often get squeezed out around that section of the circuit. Of course, there is still that thought in the back of my mind about the spits of rain we heard earlier on. I don't think we heard anything as to whether they had persisted, but it might also be a little bit slippery around the circuit for our drivers as well.
Yeah, I think Thomas Behrman's also had a slow sector 1, Adam, so I wonder if there was a bit of afters between Popov and Behrman. And now seeing on our race control notes that an incident has been noted between Behrman and Popov at turn number 2. So we'll update you all. Any more news as and when we receive it on that one, but the immediate news is that both of them now no longer fighting for potential runs into the top 5. There, where's Popov ended up? It's a long way down the order, same for Behrman, so that may be their chance of the points gone for today, Adam.
Might just be, yes. That's hugely unfortunate for Behrman. Meanwhile, I think Cornelia Olkutska here is proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side for this battle just coming towards us. This is the 61 car of Andrea Dupé side by side with Jan Köhler, 11th and 12th position under contest there. She kind of moved a little bit there, and I think maybe caught Andrea Dupé a little bit unawares. Jan Köhler finds his way through into P11. Meanwhile, Robinson and McLaughlin go through the other high-tech car, the third of the 4 high-techs out there, Thomas Behrman. And we now know why he had slow sectors. Front wing damage, new front wing going on the car. And unfortunately for Thomas, this isn't going to be the strong result that it looked like it could be.
No, it's pretty much race over in terms of anything to write home about. He'll go out again, of course, for a little bit of a glorified test run between now and the end of this one in 20 minutes time or so, once you consider the +1 lap. There are your race leaders. Leo Robinson, just over half a second clear of Finn McLaughlin. Bart Harrison there in 3rd. The number 21 in Kabir Anurag. Kabir Anurag now the fastest driver on circuit. Again, that's a good piece of news, little good piece of news for his teammate Gabriel Gomez, because again, that would mean that right now Anurag takes the fastest lap point. That takes Another opportunity away from Robinson and McLaughlin to continue to cut that gap for Gomez's championship lead.
Exactly right. So Harrison will be coming under threat here. The gap has shrunk quite quickly, although we have seen Harrison set some blistering times out there as well, but it's all about setting them, of course, on a consistent basis. Word to Davide Larini as well. He's managed to pick his way through some of those skirmishes we saw between Popov and Behrman, and has found himself in 6th place. He was down, I think, in 8th at the end of the first lap. He's now moved back up to P6, putting in a very strong account for himself in AKM Motorsport here in the Formula Wind Series on his first appearance in the category. Yes, he started from 4th place, of course, which is always a boost, but he's well up in the top 10 pace, and Bart Harrison there having a bit of a wobble, and I think that wobble rather caught out Anurag, who then had a bit of a sympathy lock-up behind.
He did indeed, and in fact there's a problem on Bart Harrison's car. There's something venting out the far right-hand side. Is it that coolant from one of the radiators? Bart Harrison's terrible luck in the 2025 Formula Winter Series looks to be continuing, because that car is getting slower and slower. Well, eventually there'll be no more coolant to vent out to the side of the car there, but that is going to be another opportunity, Adam, for Bart Harrison to get a podium this season, and it's snatched away from him, not through a fault of his own.
And of course it is fluid going down on the circuit as well, so I'm sure some of his fellow drivers won't be thanking him for that. But yes, Bart Harrison, as he said, it would be nice to finish this one down on the grid with Izzy. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. The run of form has been good for Bart, but the run of luck has not quite matched up, unfortunately. Robinson, McLaughlin, Anurag, Severikin and Larini now then your top 5, and Anurag has been released effectively from the developing 3rd place battle. He can now go and hunt the top 2 down.
And Anurag could take some championship chances away from one of these two, because that's how close it is at the moment, that if Anurag can close down McLaughlin, knock him down another place, take some more points off of him, that could mathematically put McLaughlin out. Same with Robinson potentially, but that's all potentials. This is the here and now. Robinson and McLaughlin continuing to circulate nicely here. 145.1s for both of them last time around, 145.0 for Kabir Anurag, but we should consider that was even with him negotiating his way past Bart Harrison, and of course all that fluid that was venting out the back of Bart Harrison's car. Harrison is now in the pits. That is a real shame for Yenza Motorsport and Bart Harrison. They were looking good. The pace was good for a potential top 3, but that's all gone away now. They'll, well, the only solace of it is they've got a little bit more extra time perhaps to fix the car for tomorrow.
5 of the 6 US Racing cars are in the top 10. Of course, the only car that isn't is Gabriel Gomez in the pit lane. So US Racing again proving to be formidable here in the Formula Wind Series. But of course, the 2 positions that count the most are those in the hands of these 2 high-tech drivers, in the hands of Leo Robinson and Finn McLaughlin. Leo, I think, felt a great sense of relief when he got to stand on the top step of the podium at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. As for Finn McLaughlin, of course, he has had no fewer than 3 opportunities already to stand on the top step in this season. He'd love to have a 4th. He is closing in here on Leo Robinson. Less than 4 tenths between them as they cross the line. Robinson making sure he doesn't get a clean run of the slipstream on the way down to the first corner. And of course, as Leo continues to maybe start to drive through the wing mirrors, Kabir Anurag is going to be hunting them both down.
Well, it's a very simple situation, Adam, for Leo Robinson. For him to remain in the title hunt, he has to win the race. The points for 2nd place would not be enough with what's remaining on the table tomorrow with races 2 and 3 for him to stand a chance of overhauling Gomez's score. That's even if Gomez was to continue having his bad luck, which we've seen so far today. It would rely on Gomez 0 scoring throughout the whole of the weekend. McLaughlin, it's a little bit more open. 2nd would be enough to keep him in right now, but it's that big difference in the points. 25 points for a win, 18 points for 2nd place. McLaughlin needs those 7 points just as much as Robinson if he's going to be champion at the end of this weekend.
And it is now almost certainly a three-car battle. In fact, there's no point saying almost, it is a three-car battle now. Anurag has closed in on the rear of the number 5 car. It is a three-car scrap. Of course, Artem Severikin, even possibly Davide Larini, will be willing on these three to now start fighting each other to maybe capitalize as well. You saw the race got cut down 28 minutes as it got started, so we are well over halfway through. 12 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap left to go. When the clock hits 0, it will be signaling that we are on the penultimate lap. Just one more tour of the circuit left from there. So then they come across the line and they are split by 0.9 or so of a second, just under a second between the three of them. And McLaughlin looks like he's on the offensive, although he got a bit of a deep run there into the first corner. Compromised his turn 2 as a result there, just drifting out too wide at turn 1. And that might give Anurag an opportunity as they come towards turn 4. He's not going to be close enough for a move, Kabir, but he's going to like the look of that. A few more moments like that, and McLaughlin might end up behind the US Racing driver.
Might do indeed, and Kabir Anurag, since he took his first win of the season 7 days ago at Aragon, seems like a rejuvenated driver to me, Adam. He seems far more relaxed and ready to go. He knows he can win against the rest of this field. He knows he's got the equipment underneath him from US Racing to achieve that. 11.25 minutes to go. Out far side of the circuit, coming down towards turn number 10. Is there going to be an opportunity for either McLaughlin or Anurag? It's more likely to be Anurag at that distance. Looking into the braking zone, but it's not close enough this time around. But that gap that started this lap just under half a second, it's a lot less than half a second now. McLaughlin's going to be on his mirrors, I think, more than attacking Robinson at this stage of the race.
He's going to need a good run through turn 14 here, coming out onto the main straight. Otherwise, there might be the opportunity for Kabir Anurag. Kabir setting himself up for the best run possible. McLaughlin drifts out a little bit wide there, gets a little bit loose. That will scrub a couple of kilometers an hour away from Finn, who was trying to hyperextend that turn 14 exit for the sake of the run. Anurag is in the slipstream. Anurag not being given the inside line by any means. McLaughlin going fully defensive here, and Anurag looks like he is just going to have to stick with him. It looks like Finn is struggling a little bit though for car balance. It doesn't look like it wants to turn very well. It looks quite snappy.
Yeah, the rear of the car doesn't look, as you say, balanced at all. That's going to be a real problem for Finn McLaughlin. Just having a look at his rear left there, the condition of the tyre on the number 5. If you can bring those tyres back into their performance window, he's still got a chance of not just defending from Kabir Anurag here, but trying to go on the attack for Leo Robinson. But that's another little lock-up there from Finn McLaughlin, who's under a bit of pressure right now. If he was to lose this second place and fall to 3rd, the difference with the points would mean he'd be relying on countback potentially to win this time. I'm actually thinking about it. I don't think he would be able to win on countback, would he? Because of all of Gomez's race victories earlier on in the season. We'll keep you up to date with that situation as we run through all the maths and all the arithmetic on this final weekend of the season. A little bit further down the order, just to visit some stories elsewhere in the field. Matilda Parts, Peyton Westcott and Elia Weiss have all got past Javier Herrera on that last tour of the circuit. It's a bit of a tough run for Javier Herrera here, first race of the season for Yenza Motorsport. That's all around 18th, 19th, 20th places.
To answer the query about the countback, it would actually be 4 wins apiece if Leo Robinson sweeps this weekend. So they have to keep going down the countback sequence if Robinson sweeps this weekend. But that is, of course, a huge if. For now, it is Robinson, though, leading the way in this one. And this time around, Finn McLaughlin feeling a little bit less pressure from Kabir Anurag. Anurag, who holds that fastest lap of the race in his favour, the only driver in the 43s. But last time around, everyone was in the 45s and 46s, which is not, to me, just normal tyre drop-off, I don't think. 3 seconds in 22 minutes. I think that might be the sign that maybe it is a little bit slick out there compared to what we had at the start. We did hear some reports of light rain, whether it's the ambient temperatures, whatever's happened. I think that's more than we can simply account to tyre wear.
Indeed, but just looking at the body language of McLaughlin's car now, he seems to have brought it back. He's starting to edge towards Robinson again and dropping Anurag. That is a good sign for the driver flying the flag for the Republic of Ireland. Another change further down the order just to report in on. Alexander Ruta has got past Dante Vinci for 12th place. That's a battle of the Van Amersfoort Racing drivers this weekend. A change of team for Alexander Ruta. Is that Thomas Behrman coming into the pits, possibly to retire? Behrman involved in that incident with Popov earlier on in the race. And just can tell it from the body language there of young Thomas, that's not a happy driver.
Not a happy driver in the slightest. Let's see what the lap times do this time around then. It certainly looks like everyone's having to take a meter of trepidation around some of these corners, again in the 46s. And you can see that Leo Robinson weaving around, trying to break the slipstream. It's not working for him at the moment. Just 2 seconds back from them is Severikin in 4th place as Anurag gets a bit close there to McLaughlin under braking. And then, of course, Larini, Maxime Rim are also having a battle down there in 5th and 6th places. We see Maxime, of course, already a race winner this year in the Formula Winter Series. Familiar with Larini, of course, from the Italian and Euro 4 championships. But those two fighting together on the circuit in the Formula Winter Series for the first time. Frey, Samalisto, Kostic and Köhler rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Unfortunately, one driver who has fallen through the order is Javier Herrera, and I suspect that might be because of a technical issue. He started in the top 10, he has slowly dropped through the pack, and he is now in the pit lane. So I think the Yenza Motorsport driver might have some measure of issue. So unfortunately, 2 of the Yenza cars, all of which look very strong in qualifying, have not made it to the flag. Kabir Anurag, he is determined to make it to the flag ahead of Finn McLaughlin. With 5.5 minutes left to go, he is still pressuring Finn, and Finn, I think, unfortunately, is giving away the fact that he is feeling that pressure. We're seeing those lockups, we're seeing those crossed up moments as he tries to maximise the corner exit. And for Kabir, that's a little bit of the old armchair psychology. I'm in your head.
Yeah, it could be, but at the same time, they're closing in on Robinson bit by bit. But have they got enough pace? Have they got enough speed to get through past the race leader? That was a little bit wide for McLaughlin out of turn 14. And Anurag may have a run here down the pit straight and towards the big braking zone of turn 1. Robinson similarly trying to break the toe at the moment, but the High-Techs have got some good pace in a straight line there. Anurag not really able to make any kind of big impression on McLaughlin down into the biggest braking zone on this circuit. I tell you what, these three have got to keep an eye on Artem Sevrukin as well, because Sevrukin was 4/10 a lap, 4/10 on that last lap quicker than the top 3. So the number 23 could be on the scene pretty quickly. Here's a good fight, Adam, between the VARs.
Yeah, Ruta and Vinci fighting for 12th and 13th, and just behind them, Ludovico Busso. So Viola Formula Racing holding themselves to a good account there in 14th position in this race. They've had a fair bit of history in single-seater racing, but they haven't done anything as high-profile as Formula Winter Series for a little while. They've largely focused on local Italian competitions like the F2000 Trophy in recent years. And so to see the combination of Busso, who is a well-regarded young Italian talent from the Sicilian region, and Viola up there and fighting within the top 15 or so, that is a very good sign of things to come for them as they move into the Italian Championship in the summer. We've seen Anurag have a moment coming out of turn 9. We've seen Finn McLaughlin again lock up a little bit at turn 10. And at the moment, McLaughlin is closer to Robinson than Anurag is to him. So let's see what kind of run Finn can get this time going out onto the main straight. Has a little bit of a hesitation there on turn-in by the looks of it, and really struggles to make it around the corner.
Yeah, it's the medium and high-speed corners that it looks to be. They look to be McLaughlin's weakness right now in the heavy braking zones. Although he's locking up, he is getting the car stopped and turned. But again, that's the second lap in a row where McLaughlin needed a good run through turn 14 to have a chance into turn 1 on Robinson. It simply did not occur. 3 minutes to go. I'm going to note Sevrukin again. He's closed in. 146.2 last time around, 146.9 for Anurag, and Anurag's going to have his wing mirrors full of number 23 in a short while. Dante Vinci has got through past Alexander Ruta, that's for 12th place, and a little bit further down the order, Thomas Behrman I think has gone back out on circuit and has gained another position, but again, a long way outside the points.
Severukin came into this season with people wondering what he might be capable of. He's topped F4 tests before over a couple of years, but not had the opportunity to go racing. We've not seen him on the podium so far this season, but this is his best opportunity yet by a long way. 2:10 plus 1 lap left to go. They will be starting the penultimate lap next time by, so they are running out of time. About 2.5 laps of racing left to run here in the Formula Winter Series. It's Leo Robinson that leads it, from Finn McLaughlin in second place. Anurag Severukin and Davide Larini rounding out your top 5 for the time being. 2 to go this time. And let's see how McLaughlin handles turn 14 now. Again, he's close up behind his teammate down at High Tech. And again, he's a little bit squirrely coming out of the corner. Didn't seem to be quite as bad on turn-in this time, but by corner exit, he was again having to get an armful of opposite lock.
He was indeed. Robinson's feeling the need, though, to get that swaying movement, similar to what we saw McLaughlin doing in race 1 7 days ago in his run to the podium. 1 minute and 15 remaining on the clock. Leo Robinson, if he could hold on to this one, it would be his second race win of the season. Won race 3 at Valencia on what was a very good weekend for Leo Robinson. Really sparked his championship bid into life, and things petered away a bit arguably at Aragon, where his best race result was a 6th. Single points finish from 3 opportunities last weekend. Another little lock-up from Finn McLaughlin, and I think this is one of those cases now, Adam, where it's maybe flat spotted the front left a little bit, and every time he gets into one of those big braking zones, he keeps finding that same flat edge of his 50p piece like tyre.
Yeah, concertina effect there for him at the wheel of that number 5 car. So as it stands, mathematically speaking, the championship would extend into Sunday here in the Formula Winter Series. Gabriel Gomez will have to wait that little bit longer and hope for a little bit of a better day on Sunday morning as it stands. But Finn McLaughlin could rather help his chances, albeit go from 1% to about 4% chance of winning the championship, if he can get past Leo Robinson on the final lap of the race. If Robinson falls behind Finn McLaughlin, that's his chance of the title completely done. But again, as McLaughlin struggles in the dirty air, struggles a bit with the car underneath him, it is going to be a long shot, but who knows what could happen on the final lap. Will any of these positions change hands? You can see the high-tech drivers are maybe struggling for race pace, not just because Severukin has closed in, but also Larini and Rim are now within 5 seconds as well. Those two have closed in on Leo Robinson and co as well.
Yeah, but they've got good pace through the crucial parts of this circuit where overtakes would occur, although McLaughlin's a bit wide there out of turn number 3, and that may be his chance of winning this race gone, because Robinson's got a good gap now. McLaughlin's not going to be close enough to have a go down into turn 5, and if anything, he's going to have to think about Anurag behind. He's having a little look, but that's a bit far back for the US Racing number 19. Kabir Anurag not able to get through on that occasion. Leo Robinson has surely got this race within his control now for the first time, you'd argue, since the very start of it. This is the biggest lead that he's had for McLaughlin. It's all about holding on to those 3 extra points, holding on to that second place.
Well, that was a bit hard to the mouth, I'm sure, for McLaughlin, looking in the left-hand side mirror and seeing Kabir just lock up a little bit going into turn number 5 of the lap. For Leo Robinson, has given him some much-needed reprieve at the front of the order. He has had some promising results this year. He's had some near misses this year. He was Mr. Second Place for a while. He broke that duck in Valencia. And now on the final weekend of the season, the first race of the weekend, Leo Robinson, for the second time, is a Formula Winter Series race winner. He secures it, second place for him. just ahead of McLaughlin. Anurag takes 3rd position. 4th place for Artem Severikin, and Davide Larini does hold on to 5th place despite the efforts of Maxim Rim. Enia Fry in 7th, Samalisto 8th, Kostic 9th, Jan Kurla in 10th place. Then it's Andrea Dupe rounding out the rookie podium, as well as taking 11th position. And across the line first among the female trophy drivers will be Emily Cotti. So Emily managed to find her way up the field as far as 15th place, a good result for the new high-tech driver, Kirill Kutskov, finishing just behind Emily, and just ahead in 14th was Ludovico Busso, a good result for the Viola Formula Racing crew there as well. It's a race win then for Leo Robinson. After 17 laps where he was usually under some fairly significant degree of pressure, he held it all very nicely, got a good launch as the race began, and he is our winner in the first race of the weekend. That just barely extends the championship into next time out. The score for Gabriel Gomez remains 182, which is what it was at the start of the weekend. For Finn McLaughlin, it's 133. And with that result for Leo Robinson, that moves him up to 134 points. They would need to have at least 52 points, or be within 52 points of Gabriel Gomez to extend the championship. 25 points for each victory, 2 points, of course, available for the fastest lap in each of Sunday's races. So by the slimmest of margins, they do remain in that championship fight. However, they still need a lot more to go in their favour, and more notably against the favour of Gabriel Gomez. No, good, thank you. I thought we had a podium driver being sent away there for a minute, but no, we do have our podium drivers making their way underneath to the top 3 area. Kabir Anurag will be, of course, the 3rd driver in that overall top 3. Shoot and release. Leo Robinson hitting the target, doing exactly what he needed to do in this first race of the weekend in the Formula Winter Series. He has prolonged his title bid, as has Finn McLaughlin. It's still a big ask from here, but it is at least still possible for both of those 2 drivers from High-Tech. We saw Kabir Anurag as well there celebrating another podium for him, the US Racing driver who was so close. 4th place on 3 occasions at Valencia, then of course managed to get that victory in race 1 at the Motorland Aragon circuit less than 7 days ago, and followed that up with a runners-up finish in race number 2 as well. So his 3rd podium of the season, and that puts him, continues to put him in a strong position for the remainder of his campaign. Does lose a bit of ground to McLaughlin and Robinson, who sit 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Anurag is a strong 4th, but all the same, ending his weekend on the high is still very much a possibility to sweep the podium this weekend. He'd love 3 podiums this weekend. He's got 1 so far. So 48 points back now for Robinson, and there are 52 available for the remainder of the season. Just 2 races, just 1 day of the 2025 Formula Winter Series left to go. Kasper Stuka, of course, was our inaugural champion back in 2023. In 2024, Griffin Peebles took the title. It remains to be seen who's going to take it in 2025. Of course, it's been a different team each time so far. US Racing run Kasper Stuka in 2023. In 2024, it was MP Motorsport who was running Griffin Peebles. Now in 2025, US Racing are very much in the hot seat to try and claim a 2nd championship in the Formula Winter Series. So then we will shortly have the drivers. They are, of course, having to do their weighbridge duties before they head in the direction of Izzy Browning. So then the Nissan pickup truck heads out onto the circuit. A little bit of gravel to sweep up before our next race of the day. We have the prototypes, the GTs and the GT4s to bring you today. But for now, we can bring you some reaction to the Formula Wind Series race number 1 with our winner, Leo Robinson.
We can indeed. Leo is alongside me. Leo, I mean, what a day, as you've just said, and the best way to bounce back from Aragon and to come in, but that was not easy at all. You were driving on your mirrors the whole time, probably the most pressure that you've been under all season long.
Yeah, it was the most pressure I've had all season. I literally on my mirrors the whole race. To be honest, I was just happy there wasn't a safety car, but yeah, it's a nice way to end my Saturday.
When you saw the checkered flag come out, you must have been like, whew, okay, we've got through this and we're taking the win.
Yeah, well, I was like, when I had about 8 laps left, I was like, oh my God. And then by the time I got to like the last 1 or 2, I was like, maybe for the extra 10 minutes, I could have hung on, but yeah, I was so happy to checkered.
And talk to me about the degradation here, because obviously we've got a lot of long right-handers at this circuit. Typically tends to beat up the left tyres, but you managed to keep them underneath you. Was it something that you were having to think about and manage throughout the race?
Yeah, this is my first race run here. I hit it too hard off the blocks, thought I was going to get a gap. And I realised in the end all I had to do was keep Fion behind and give him some graining as well, so that's how it stayed.
And I know you're very good friends, but still a great scrap between you. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the championship leader actually didn't get through the race. So you've kept the championship alive. I know it's a tall order to take the championship, but you are still in this. So what are your thoughts going into tomorrow now?
I mean, I'm just going to try and win both races. That's it for me. Just do the best job I can.
That's all you can do. Right, we'll let you get out to the podium and celebrate another win for Leo Robinson.
Yep, the situation now for Robinson and indeed for Finn McLaughlin is win and you remain in, but only if Gomez has a bad Sunday morning. Let's take a look back then at race number 1 of the weekend in the Formula Winter Series. We had an issue on the formation lap. Simon Schranz was not able to take the start as a result of that, and when we did get going there was one car stranded. It was a critical car, the number 78 of Gabriel Gomez, not getting off the line and gets pushed back into the pit lane. A frustrated Gomez has to wait another day to be the Formula Winter Series champion. Lots of fighting around the field. Unfortunately, Cornelia Olkutska had a puncture. Panzeri was involved, I believe, in contact with her as well. She had a dislodged front wing. We had some good battles through the order among the Jensers, the US Racing drivers, the Van Amersfoorts, the AS Motorsport teams, all out there in the fringes of the top 10 having a good scrap. Unfortunately, Thomas Behrman and Maximilian Popov got into each other, and we ended up seeing Popov doing some rally crossing. He would eventually finish all the way down in 21st place. He did well to get the car out of the gravel trap. We saw some of those gravel traps being skirted a little bit as the battles went on through the field. That's Matilda Patz there in battle with Peyton Westcott, who started as the pole sitter in the female trophy category. Theo Borenstein of Maffei Racing trying to pick through as well, just trying to get past Matilda Patz there and succeeding at doing so. Bart Harrison was in 3rd place. Unfortunately, he started to struggle. The car was stepping out from underneath him, and it seemed as though coolant was escaping from the right side pod of that car. Lots of scrapping just on the fringes of the top 20, though. This was again Matilda Patz firing past Cornelia Olkutska, who was actually a lap down. Finn McLaughlin and Kabir Anurag were now 2nd and 3rd place. Anurag, of course, inheriting the podium position after the moment for Bart Harrison, and that would mean that Kabir was going to be the main thorn in the side for Hi-Tech for the next couple of laps of the race, in fact right until the checkered flag. That was the 38 car, Alexander Ruter, his debut for Van Amersfoort Racing, doing a good job at the wheel of that machine. The checkered flag flew though, and it did fly for Leo Robinson. 2nd win of the season, and on target for the time being, the Hi-Tech driver. A very positive result for the young Algerian flagged racer. He tops the standings then by 0.7 of a second. He keeps his title hopes alive just barely. Finn McLaughlin also mathematically still in the title hunt. Kabir Anurag in third position. Fourth place for Artem Severikin for Yenza Motorsport, his best result of the season. Davide Larini on series debut finishes in the top 5 for AKM Motorsport. First time we've seen that team that high this year. Maxim Rim in 6th position, the US racing car. 7th place, Enya Fry for Yenza Motorsport. Samalisto, Kula and Andrea Dupe bringing us down to 10th position. Dupe finishing within the top 10 for AS Motorsport. Alexander Ruta in 11th place. Andrea Kostic in 12th and Dante Vinci in 13th position. In 14th, Ludovico Busso. Emily Cotti in 15th. Winning the female trophy. Kutskov 16th, then it was Borenstein, Patz, Westcott and Weiss bringing us down to 20th place ahead of the unfortunate Maximilian Popov. He had an issue. Panzeri in 22nd, Behrman limping to 23rd after a couple of dramas. The rest of the order, Olkutska, and then the non-finishers, Herrera, Harrison and Gabriel Gomez. That's a big thorn in the side for our championship leader. Meanwhile, the podiums are ready to go. Andrew Mather has made his way there for our presentations.
Thank you very much, Adam. Welcome to the first podium of the weekend for the Formula Winter Series. Let's first of all welcome out our top female driver in that race with P15 overall. Please welcome for High-Tech TGR, driver number 4, Emily Cotti. And we'd like to welcome onto the podium as well the director of the Circuit de Catalunya, Jose Luis Santamaria, presenting the trophy for the top performance by a female driver. Next up, the top rookies. In third place, the driver in number 61 for AS Motorsport. Please give a big hand for Andrea Dupe. In second place for Yenza Motorsport, driver number 23, Artem Severikin. And your top rookie, once again, for High-Tech TGR, driver number 5, Finn McLaughlin. And once again, we'd like to welcome out onto the podium presenting the trophies for third place, Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH, from Pirelli, the second place trophy by David Palhares, and Jose Luis Santamaria, the director of Circuit de Catalunya. Thank you very much, drivers. On to the overall podium. First of all, welcome out the best team trophy for High-Tech TGR. In third place for US Racing, please welcome driver number 19, Kabir Anurag. In second place, in a 1-2 for High-Tech, please welcome back driver number 5, Finn McLaughlin. And your race winner for the second time this season, please welcome Leo Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please be standing for the national anthem of the race winner. Thank you very much, drivers. Let's welcome once again for your trophies. For the third place trophy from Miguel Pinto Coelho from GEDLICH, from David Palhares, second place for Pirelli, and once again the winners' trophies for driver and team from Jose Luis Santamaria, the director of Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. And a few photos once again for our top three and our winning team in a really intriguing first race of the weekend for Formula Winter Series. Race 2 and 3 tomorrow. I hope you can join us for that one. More action coming up though here in Barcelona. The next race is coming right up.
Race 1 for the GT4 Winter Series is about to get underway, and could again be a championship deciding race here. The maths does suggest it's possible for Elite Motorsport and indeed Mackenzie Cresswell, who of course is the one driver in that lineup that can win the Drivers' Championship overall on his own terms. Tom Leben unfortunately wasn't here for the full season. Of course, we had Josh Ratkin for the first 2 rounds of the championship. So Mackenzie looking to try and win the title solo with the assistance of Tom Leben, who of course won here last year in the GT4 Winter Series. So we know he is equipped for the job. We've got by far our biggest entry of the season. We've got those 2 title protagonists we'll be talking about a lot. The SR Motorsport team, of course, Federer and Hartling, and then also the Elite Motorsport car, Mackenzie Cresswell, Tom Leben. We'll be mentioning them a lot, but it is also worth mentioning the fact that we have no fewer than 27 cars set to take the start for this race. A record entry for the GT4 Winter Series in the 2025 season, and a lot of very happy teams savouring the possibility to compete against teams from across Europe, and I'm sure Izzy will be savouring the opportunity to walk down the grid and see some of them now. Let's go to Izzy Browning on the grid.
I am indeed once again on the grid, and I have to say I'm quite excited for the way that this one is going to pan out. The Elite Motorsport McLaren just rolling in now, so we have to be a little bit careful, so just keep out of the way. But I'm actually going to try and go and jump in with our pole sitter very quickly, which will be the number 812 of Charlie Hart. Of course, if you were with us in Valencia, Charlie was due to start on pole position, didn't make it to the grid, but he has made it to the grid this time. So great to see him on the grid. I'm going to jump in with him. He's just having final words with his engineer there, and then I will be able to jump in with Charlie. Of course, Callum will be in that car tomorrow. We have already had the 5-minute board, so I'll make it a super quick chat because I'm keen to speak to our title protagonist. Engineer just having a few more words. Does it look like the chat's coming to an end? Maybe? I think we're just about ready to dive in. Yes, okay, here we go. Just dive in with Charlie. Well, Charlie, you've made it to the grid this time for pole position, so fantastic to see, first of all. How are you feeling ahead of this one? Obviously fighting for P3 in the championship and a really good chance to cement your place there.
Yeah, good that we've made it to the grid this time. Confident about that one, but no, the pace has been good in the dry. Just had to cast my mind back to yesterday morning, but yeah, feeling confident. Third's up for grabs. We're going to be going for it, but mostly the race win. So yeah, we'll see how she goes.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. We're going to continue because, as I said, I would quite like to speak to our title protagonist. Am I able to speak to Tom very quickly? As Adam's already said, of course, Tom not in the title fight, but will be doing everything to help Mackenzie out. Well, Tom, just a quick word. Of course, you've been in this position before here in Barcelona. I mean, the conditions looking a little bit more favourable than last year and indeed this morning. I know you're not in the title fight, but you'll be doing everything to help out Mackenzie today, won't you?
Yeah, obviously I'm going to do my best. I think the conditions are going to be a bit tricky because there's a few damp patches, obviously on the outlap then, but I think tyre temp's going to be crucial. Obviously we're on slicks. yeah, starting P2, which is obviously pretty good. Yeah, I'll do my best, obviously.
And SR right behind you, do you feel like you need to be a little bit more careful today, or still able to go for it?
I'll just do my best and go for it. To be honest, I hadn't even paid attention. They qualified behind us. No, I'll just maximise the package that we've got and make the most of it, really.
All right, good stuff. Good luck out there. Have fun. Thank you very much for letting me speak to him. Right, we're going to continue back because, as I said, right behind them are the other title contenders. The number 11, Enrico Federer, will be in that car today. So it feels like a bit of pressure. It really does, you know, to be starting directly behind who you're fighting the championship with. I'm sure that Enrico will be absolutely going for it. I'm just going to jump in one quick word because I think we are about to get the 1 minute board. Well, Enrico, starting directly behind your championship rivals, that feels like a little bit of pressure, doesn't it?
Yeah, so for me it's not pressure. It's I'm really looking forward to the race. The qualifying was not the best. We were only P4. But I think with the Mercedes it's good in the rain because the McLaren and the Porsche are much better in the rain. But yeah, now it's dry, it starts to dry, so it's gonna be a nice race.
All right, have fun out there. We are going to continue back, as I said. Keen to show you as many cars as possible as it's the last weekend. Pressure is a privilege, of course, a privilege to be in this championship fight. And Enrico sounding very relaxed there, which is always great to see. I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic scrap. And watch out down to turn 1 because starting directly behind Tom Leben, it could get feisty. This race is just about to begin.
So then the GT4s are ready to go. Some pressure on some shoulders throughout the grid, but it is Charlie Hart on pole position for this one, eager to get another victory in the books for Rafa Racing by Racelab, joined by fellow McLaren Artura driver Tom Leben on the front row. Tom, who, as long as he stays in the top 2, could win the title for Mackenzie today. Joachim Bulting is 3rd on the grid. Alongside in 4th place is Enrico Federer. Bulting again doing well in the wet conditions. That's why he's so high up in 3rd place. Maximilian Schreier in 5th position. He is alongside Maximilian Hewitt. In 7th position, it is the Resoon More Than Racing car driven by Daniel Drexel. Great to have Drexel back in the series alongside Anton Abey, another new car for this weekend, the Pro Sport Racing machine from that Aston Martin stable. Benjamin Silvesterson 9th on the grid alongside Tim Horrell. Horrell in a WNS Motorsport, it should be a Porsche, but I'm seeing information that it might be a Mercedes on my timing. I'll have to look at the car in a minute. Daniel Blickler in 11th place alongside Daniel Nilsson. All Daniels, all WNS Porsches on row 6 of the grid. Row 7, Florian Bauer. Again, welcome back to East Racing, and indeed Florian alongside Mark Ellman in the number 82, Janetta. Then it is Mikael Sander in 15th alongside Ravi Ramyid in 16th place, an invitational class BMW M4, of which there are a few. Bruno Pereira is next, or Pereira I should say, in 17th alongside Jakob Twarog, the first of the Cayman Trophy drivers. Then it is Franz Linden alongside Vilja Kuna, rounding out the top 20. But we keep going. Keith Gatehouse starting 21st for NM Racing Team in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 alongside another Evo spec and thus invitational Schubert Motorsport entry for Joachim Walder. In 23rd place, Richard Andermark. The AM class entry there, the Veleco Motorsport, the all-Swedish lineup there. Lawrence Ruhl alongside him in 24th. In 25th it is Clemens Drexel, the father of the other Drexel, Daniel Drexel, Martin Kroll in 26th. Jonathan Curry is there at the back of the field after some damage sustained this morning in practice. Will line up at the back of the field, and it will be Phil Keane jumping in with him for the endurance races later on. So then, if Tom Leben finishes first or second, it could be a championship for Elite Motorsport. If they win the race, then SR Motorsport have to finish within the top 5. If they come home second, it has to be at least in the top 8. If it's 9th or lower for SR, with Elite Motorsport in second, then that would be the championship decided in the GT4 Winter Series. Charlie Hart is going to try and hold on for the win, though. The championship not really of his concern anymore. We go racing. We're underway in the GT4 Winter Series for the first time this weekend. It looks like the McLaren drag race is going to go the way, potentially, of Charlie Hart. Hart leading into the first corner, but sliding in the braking zone. He's going to drift out wide. Surely he's not going to be able to retain the lead off of that, and even if he does, can he be allowed to keep it? We'll have to see. Charlie Hart does retain the lead for the time being. The NM Racing car bouncing across the curbs. Keith Gatehouse getting a little bit loose there towards the back of the field. Up into third place has gone Enrico Ferderer. He's got himself past Joachim Bulting. Behind Bulting, it is Maximilian Schreier. Then it is the WNS Motorsport machine. Then it is the WNS Motorsport machine going for a dive on Joachim Bulting. Then you've got the Razoon car and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin involved as well. The two McLarens are looking very feisty, though, at the sharp end of the field. Tom Leben all over the back of Charlie Hart. Daniel Drexel still trying to find his way around Maximilian Hewitt down in 6th and 7th.
It's all going on, isn't it? There's a lot of jostling for position in the early stages of this race, and the McLarens go side by side as they run towards turn number 10. Leben's going to have the chance down the inside into the left-hander and sweep through past Charlie Hart. Change for third as well, as through comes Maximilian Schreier. We saw that car win in the hands of Alon Gabai less than 1 week ago, as they're trading paint now between the McLarens. Through goes Leben again on the switchback. Very, very interesting first lap here for the first race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series, but it's the car that we've seen on top many times so far this season, Adam. To the front again, Tom Leben properly getting the elbows out.
Very much so. So Leben leads it, and that means that Enrico Ferderer could only afford to drop back so far. In fact, if he were to lose 2 spots from his current 4th position, that would change the championship. It would define the championship in favour of Elite Motorsport. So pressure on for Ferderer, with Elite Motorsport and Tom Leben exactly where they need to be. Of course, Leben not fighting for championship glory in his own right. Mackenzie Cresswell, the only driver who has done all round in that machine. But for him, it will be a point of pride as well to try and win this championship with Elite, with Mackenzie. Here they go then through turn 5 once more in the wet conditions this morning. This was really the main stumbling block for everybody in all classes. We saw many a red flag immediately preceded by yellow flag at turn 5, but in these dry conditions it's a little bit easier. That said, as we've already seen, the circuit not rubbered up and maybe a little bit traction critical, a little bit grip critical at certain points of the circuit, as Charlie Hart rather ably showed us going into the first corner.
Having to really crank the steering on there through turn number 9, but Tom Leben knows this circuit well. Ran very well here last year, didn't he? I think two wins, if I'm right in saying, for the Elite Motorsport entry for Tom Leben here around 12 months ago with Zach Meakin alongside. But Tom Leben starting to get into a rhythm now. Always knew it's going to be a difficult prospect to get through past Charlie Hart. Charlie Hart, young racer, passionate racer, loves to get in a scrap. But Leben's starting to stretch away now. The gap was 0.3 of a second at the end of the first lap. That's pretty much doubled, as it's kicking off a little bit there, Adam, for third.
Yes, exactly right. Enrico Federer with a good run. The Porsche's usually a little bit stronger towards the end of the straight. Maximilian Hewitt seems to have gotten past Joachim Bolting behind them as well, but Federer couldn't quite get it done. He did have a nose ahead as they came past the start-finish line. And almost has a nose to the inside at turn 3 as well. It's equally feisty between Hewitt and Joachim Bolting in 5th and 6th as well. We ride on board with Enrico Federer as they go underneath the bridge into the famed turn 4. A bit loose under braking there for Federer. Ambitious on the pedal as he tries to fight that car. It's not looking as balanced perhaps as he would like at the moment. Not quite point and squirt. And in that battle for 5th place just behind, it's resolved. That's Franz Linden into the wall potentially. A little bit of an impact with the wall by the looks of it for the former Cayman Trophy leader. He was running at the front of that category in 17th overall, but the Speedworks Automotive car is pulled off to one side, and it's not the only Cayman Trophy car on the scene. Mikael Sander, who was running 2 places back at the start of the lap, is also there in the turn 1 gravel, as we now, I believe, are going to go potentially to safety car. Yes, we are. Safety car is out on the circuit. That gives us a chance to catch up with everything, but the cause of the safety car is Franz Linden and Mikael Sander, both into the gravel. Your order is Leben from Hart, from Schreier, from Federer, and then Maximilian Hewitt did get past Joachim Bolting for 5th place, although I think Benjamin Silvesterson has actually dispatched both of them. So the big BMW from the FK Performance Motorsport team, I think, is up there in the top 5.
Understandable decision. Bit of a vulnerable place to be stranded there for those 2 Cayman Trophy cars. So the race neutralised. Current class leaders, Tom Leben, as is clearly the case there at the very front of the field for the Pro category. Joachim Bolting for the AM category. Back into the AM category for this weekend. Was in the Pro-Am category 7 days ago. Well, that's a bit of a close moment for Federer. Was just as the safety car was picking up the field there. Pro-Am category. Tim Horrell. It was good to see Tim on the podium last week at Aragon. Right now it's looking pretty good. He's leading in his Cayman GT4 RS in the Pro-Am category. Daniel Nilsson not too far behind though, and even closer now that the race is neutralised and everyone is bunched behind the safety car. New CT leader, Cayman Trophy leader, is going to be Jakob Trarog for Forged Racing there in the number 41. So he's a big beneficiary of what's happened there. And for you invitationals again, you've got Ravi Ramyeed, the top invitational car in the Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Adam, let's have a look at the start.
Yes, it was a fairly smooth start, at least in the first phase for Charlie Hart, but then under braking into the first corner, was a little bit late on the brakes and very, very squirrely indeed as he continued to apply pressure. Managed to avoid a complete lockup, but the rear was not staying stable on the 812. That sent him into the runoff, but it didn't send him back in the field, did it? He retained the lead for that first several corners of the race and then eventually lost out to Tom Leben before the conclusion of the first lap of the race. So Leben leads it. Charlie Hart will be frustrated. He'll be wanting to move past Tom, but of course he will also respect the fact that Tom is in a championship battle. The last thing that Charlie Hart wants to do, of course, as also a McLaren affiliated driver, is take out the McLaren that is still fighting for the overall championship, but he does want a race victory and he will do everything he can within reason to secure that. So the race start is under investigation, so we'll see whether or not anything was judged to be amiss there. Charlie was quite a way clear in the field, but I don't think it would have been at the front. It might have been maybe some people on the wrong side of certain parts of the grid or something of that nature, more likely than an issue with jumping the lights, but it could be many things. You alluded there to some of our class leaders, and it is indeed Tim Horrell in a Porsche Cayman, as we expected, as we anticipated. the timing screen throwing a bit of a spanner in the works there briefly, but it is a Porsche Cayman for the WNS Motorsport driver, of course, with his bespoke and very specifically engineered hand control system. It would be very hard for Tim to simply hop into a completely different brand of car. I imagine chassis to chassis, not such a problem, but if you were to throw him in a completely different car, there would be a bit of an adaptation period with that very, very specific and well-refined hand control system.
Absolutely, not just in terms of the ergonomics of it, but I imagine with all the electrics on these cars now with the different manufacturers, but the race remains under safety car for now. If you're just joining us, first race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series. Tom Leben is your race leader, the Elite Motorsport McLaren Artura GT4. Having a little closer look at the number 17 of Roman Feldegg, car that we didn't see last weekend, the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. They're currently running in 9th place overall, 8th of those in Pro.
Car that we haven't seen all season. We haven't seen any of Pro Sport Racing this year in the GT Winter Series. They've been, and the GT4 Winter Series for that matter, they've been a fairly consistent part of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series paddock over the years, so great to welcome them back into the fold. For Feldegg, it is his first weekend at the wheel of a GT4 car. His previous racing experience, I think, has been exclusively limited to BMW 318 Ti Cup racing in Germany, so he's moved up a little bit, and I think he admitted on social media, yeah, this is a bit more of an adaptation than I thought it was going to be. We're going to have a look now again at the replay of the start, but from a different angle. Maybe we can suss out why this one is under investigation. So this is from the rear. I guess keep an eye on the gantry. I think maybe perhaps Joachim Bolting was quite out of position, as was one of the BMWs further back as well, which might also be the cause of the investigation, was well out of the 2x2 formation. I don't think anybody at the front, though, jumped the gun particularly. I think it's more to do with staying in those two well-organised lines that the race controller probably going to be hammering home on a couple of individuals after this race.
Indeed. 19 minutes on the clock to go. Safety car lights still flashing, so I think we are going to go around for at least one more lap of safety car. If you're just joining us, the cause of the safety car is the recovery of two cars out on circuit. The number 66 Speedworks Automotive Porsche Cayman, that's one of the Cayman Trophy cars of Franz Linden, and the other Cayman Trophy entry also needing recovery, the 111 SR Motorsport, a machine that was being piloted in this race by Mikael Sander.
Worth noting as well that that has a big effect on the championship in the Cayman Trophy class. With 40 points still left to score after this race, I don't believe the championship will be decided definitively, but for Ville Kuhne and Cedric Fuchs, who lead the championship in the other SR Motorsport car, they're on 150 points coming into this weekend. Sander and Luisa Kala were on 142. So the fact that Mikael Sander is going to non-score in this one, while I think at the moment due a score of 14 points, I think it would be for the SR Motorsport machine of Kuhne, that is a big extension of that championship lead. You see some oil down there potentially from the Cayman, so they are putting the soak dust up there. People get angry sometimes when you say cement dust, because it isn't actually, but they are just making sure everything is good to go there at turn one.
Yeah, I did wonder when we saw the 111 stranded and facing in the wrong direction. There's a bit of steam, there was something billowing out there, so yeah, that's not good news for Mikael Sander and the SR Motorsport team. They'll have a little bit more extra work to do overnight to make sure that that car is ready to go for the sessions tomorrow. 17 minutes to go. Just had a more specific notification on our screens, Adam, that it was car 98 is under investigation for being in the incorrect position at the race start. That would check out. That would be the BMW M4 GT4. This is one of the Evo cars in the invitational class of Schubert Motorsport.
Yeah, so Joachim Wilder there potentially catching some wrath. Of course, the Evo spec cars I think now might be homologated now that we've crossed over into March. However, a series that starts before the homologation period has to abide by the cars that were homologated at the start of the year, so we can't simply move them into their defined classes. They have to remain invitational until the end of the year. If you're a fan of the Bathurst 12-hour, you'll know that's the same reason why we don't see that year's GT3 cars, the new GT3 cars, come in at the start of the season. That's why, of course, the Ferrari 296 was a year late to Bathurst, for example. It is just a matter of the calendar year for SRO homologation begins in March, and unfortunately we can't put those goalposts forward, but it is great to see the invitational class cars welcomed in, the Evo Spec BMW M4s welcomed into the field, and Ravi Ramyid, who has been here all season in the Evo Spec BMW M4 GT4, has been the source of much entertainment. The lights are out though on the Nissan GT-R. I think there is a little bit of precipitation in the air down there in the final sector to my eye, but we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on Tom Levin as he runs down to the first corner. Andrew Charlie Hart is going to be pressuring him, and they have to keep an eye on that Cayman in third place as well, because we know that the Porsches towards the end of a long straight typically are very strong indeed.
They are indeed. Important decision for Tom Levin here as to when he will drop the hammer, because it's that long run down to turn one again where he's going to be vulnerable here with the whole field up behind him. Gets heat into the tyres, 15 minutes remaining on the clock. He's still not gone yet as they are now onto the pit straight. Green flag waves and now he goes. Charlie Hart's read that quite well and he's going to be right under the gearbox of the Elite Motorsport number 77. Also there is Maximilian Schreier in the number 31, and it looks like Werder has got a good start as well there in the Mercedes. Looking round the outside is Werder, of not just one, maybe two into the first chicane. Hart closes the door, and in the end, Federer falls down to fourth place, but that was a good attempt for Enrico Federer to take advantage of that restart, Adam.
Gave it a good old college try, didn't he, the young man, just 18 years of age. Maximilian Schreier, equally young and equally ambitious, up ahead of him in the Porsche Cayman, though, was always going to be late on the brakes too. We are back to racing conditions then in the GT4 Win Series with 14 minutes of the race left to go. We effectively restart this race at half distance, so the 30-minute sprint is now a 15-minute ultra sprint. Unfortunately, Joachim Bolting has dropped a couple of places there. Daniel Drexel is now ahead of him. Still leading, of course, in the AM class is Joachim Bolting, but he is going to have to start to worry about Daniel Blickler, just a couple of positions behind him in the first of the black and yellow W&S Motorsport Porsche Caymans. Meanwhile, we have a notification of a drive-through penalty for the number 98 Schubert Motorsport BMW for that incorrect starting position. Federer with a nose ahead here for third position, but Schreier with the inside line gets later on the brakes, manages to get it done, and then Federer has to worry about Benjamin Silvesterson, second appearance of the season for the FK Motorsport BMW, but there goes Federer, the door left an iota open, and it looks like that Mercedes is doing a lot better in the twisties here at Barcelona than it did a week ago at Aragon.
And now into that phase of the race as well for the Mercedes, where one weekend ago it did take a little bit of a while, didn't it, to get going, but now we're into the second half of this race. Yes, not much of it has been under green flag conditions. I would not be surprised at all if we start to see the Mercedes-AMG GT4 start to light the timesheets up now that it's got a little bit of clean air. Other changes on that last lap. Daniel Drexel is through and into 7th place in the Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche Cayman. Keep an eye on the orange and black Aston Martin Vantage as well of Roman Fellner-Feldig. They're up to 8th place in the Pro Sport Racing number 17. No other changes in terms of class positions. It's still Joachim Bolting in the lead of AM, Tim Horrell in the lead of Pro AM, and Jakob Twarog still leading as well by a good distance, a good few cars between him in the next competition, a bit of competition in Cayman Trophy.
Benjamin Silvesterson then with his elbows out now up into 4th position, so he's got the big BMW past Maximilian Schreier. As I said, second appearance of the year for that car in the GT4 Win Series. Saw it at Portimao with Silvesterson and Joseph Ellerin in the car, as we do also this weekend. Joachim Bolting, of course, back in AM, as you alluded to at the top of this race, Andrew. Spoke to Peter Terting in the paddock earlier on, who, of course, was sharing with him last time, thus it was a Pro-Am car. And he said, yeah, after all my track limits penalties, he ripped up my contract. He was joking. He was firmly tongue-in-cheek with that remark. But unfortunately, it was actually a radio issue that meant that Peter Terting didn't know he was receiving those penalties. Tim Horrell is once again under pressure from Ravi Ramyid. We've seen these two fight a lot. We've seen these two come to blows on several occasions, twice at Valencia alone. The battle for 10th overall might be about to get quite interesting.
Might be indeed, and for Tim Horrell, that's a class lead that he's fighting for, not with Ravi Ramyid, but the rest of the Pro-Am field is not too far behind. Looking forward to the number 14 there. This is the run from the outside by Felner Feldig, and I do like the look of that Aston Martin. Good to have it on the grid for Pro Sport Racing, and as you say, not a lot of experience perhaps at a GT4 level in that car at the moment, but some good pace. New personal best last time around for Felner Feldig, a 1:51.7.
Yeah, if you can get through the language barrier as an English speaker, the 318 Ti Cup over in Germany is quite entertaining, I must say. I've watched a few races in some of my more bored Sunday evenings, and it is a very exciting championship. But we see there Feldig in 8th place overall. I think he's already confirmed to be doing that series again in 2025, but maybe eyeing up a move up the tin top ladder to the world of GT4 racing. Schreier, very, very understeery going through turn 7 and 8. It looked like he just wasn't getting that car turned in the slightest. Now, how does he manage through turn 9? He gets through there okay. Is it just a one-off, or is it just left-hand bends? We'll see here at turn 10, the next of the left-handers after that wild understeer at 7. Looks like it was just a one-off, but scrubbed quite a lot of speed at the apex there at turn 7 just a few corners ago. And Max Hewitt, who incidentally has just been confirmed for a GT America seat this summer, so he's got a program to look forward to back in his homeland in the United States. He senses an opportunity here to move himself into the top 5.
Coming into a part of the circuit where the Aston should be pretty strong, the long run down towards turn number 1. New fastest lap of the race from Charlie Hart, a 1:50.01. And in answer to the question of will the Mercedes start to reel in the McLarens, well, right now the answer is an emphatic no. 1:50.1 for Leben, 1:50.0 for Hart. The McLarens at the front are currently around 3/4 of a second quicker than Federer there in third, so it may just be third today for the Mercedes running team. No other changes in position to report at this stage. Some good progress there from Benjamin Silvesterson, as here's an opportunity for Felner Feldig, looking down the inside into turn number 4 on Daniel Drexel, but no way through on that occasion.
Drexel, a very experienced driver. We've seen him fight towards the front in GT4 Win Series before. We've seen him fight in GT4s and in GTX cars for Razoon for many years now, a long-standing partnership between them. So certainly when it comes to knowledge of car underneath you, the battle goes to Daniel Drexel in this scrap for 7th place. But Feldig, as I said, will have picked up some good racecraft in his previous racing endeavours, and he's got the Pro Sport Racing team with him, who of course have won championships previously in GT4 machinery. In fact, they took 2 consecutive ADAC GT4 Germany titles in 2022 and 2023. I'm not sure if it was with that very chassis, but it was that now previous generation of Aston Martin Vantage GT4 that they used. So they know that car all too well. And I'm sure it is set up very sweetly underneath him, as we have a battle here for the, not for a class position, but for the overall 12th and 13th. That was Daniel Plickler under pressure from Florian Bauer, and I think Joachim Bolting will be thanking Bauer for having a bit of a scrap there, because that of course gives him some relief in the AM class battle. Also a word to Jonathan Curry, who's moving through the field. We just saw that number 16 NM Racing Mercedes, the Spanish team. This is their local circuit for NM Racing, Nil Montserrat's outfit, and we are seeing that car do great things at the sharp end of the, well, not at the sharp end, but moving up towards the sharp end of Pro-Am. 8th in class for now, but might target a couple of more positions for the next little while.
Yeah, good pace as well, moving through that order, as you say, Adam. Started at the very back of the field, so that's a gain of 6 places for Jonathan Curry so far in this race. Just looking at our timing, confirmed through and into 12th place is Florian Bauer. So that battle between Bauer and Blickler did go the way of the East Racing Motorsport number 99. That car is in 2nd place in its class as well in Pro-Am, and is going to be 2.7 seconds behind Tim Horrell in the number 30 WS Motorsport machine. So they'll now be hoping that battle between Horrell and Ramyeed continues on a little bit longer to give them an opportunity to close in. Battling at the very front of the field as well, Tom Leben has been closed up by Charlie Hart. Charlie Hart has been banging in some really good lap times here, Adam. 1:49.836, the only driver to go under the 1:50 barrier. That's a proper good scrap for the race lead. Federer, Silvestrison, Schreier and Hewitt completing the top 6 right now. There is another look at the number 32 of Daniel Blickler, the WS Motorsport prepared Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, now behind Florian Bauer.
Yes, that's Daniel Blickler car in the colours of Jamaica at the moment. That car driven by Somerville and Tommy Gore. Senna, Somerville and Tommy Gore in last year's GT4 Germany series, the all-Jamaican lineup in that car. As you might be picking up on, we are currently having a little bit of a tech reboot, so we're having to stick with this camera angle for the time being. There's the number 98 car, which is just recovering, of course, from drive-through penalty. Joachim Walder is down in 25th place at the moment. Just 3/10 back at the front of the field now is Charlie Hart. It won't be long before they re-emerge here from turn number 9. And Charlie, I think, is making himself very apparent in the rearview mirrors of Tom Leben. Not sure that whole McLaren flying finish to help out the Elite Motorsport team is on Charlie Hart's agenda.
And to a degree, why would it be?
No,
separate race teams here to win a motor race, and Charlie's wanted to make his mark on this season. They had a bit of a tough time at Aragon, but it was a weekend that ended on a crescendo, not necessarily on a high, but it was getting better and better as the weekend went on, which is a really good sign to see for them. And yeah, this could be one of the best results they've had so far this season. Change for 10th place. Ravi Ramyeed is through past Tim Horrell for that spot. So the big BMW, there it is, with the white, blue and green livery of Century Motorsport. They have taken that position away from Tim Horrell. That is 2 separate classes, but it does now mean that 1st and 2nd in Pro-Am are next to each other on circuit, and the gap is closing. It's down to less than 1.5 seconds now, the deficit for Florian Bauer. There's a move down the inside. That is the number 56 of Richard Andermark going through past Lorenz Ruhl for 18th place. 2 cars in separate categories there. Andermark currently running 3rd in the AM category. Ruhl and Razoo Northern Racing currently 7th in Pro-Am.
Here is the onboard then with Tom Leben still out at the front of the field, and running well, very much so at the front of the pack. Has been withstanding this pressure from Charlie Hart, who continues to flash the lights. Last time by for Leben, he's being inspired a little bit because the last time was the personal best of the race for Tom, so he continues to hustle the McLaren Artura trophy, McLaren Artura GT4 at the front of the field. Federer in 3rd place. I remind you that with Federer there in P3 and the Tom Leben Mackenzie Cresswell car in the lead, the championship will continue into Sunday, but of course a 10-point gain in the championship between between Mackenzie Cresswell in that 77 car and Federer and Hartling in the number 11. So there is the car in 3rd position. There is the car that will continue to be a thorn in the side in the championship going into Sunday. But certainly for Federer and for Hartling, they needed to try and outscore Elite in this race. They keep the hopes alive, but very much on life support.
Dwindling those championship hopes, unfortunately, for SR Motorsport, but tomorrow will be a new day, and there's still the best part of 2 minutes to go in this race. Notification from race control is that an incident between cars 71 and 30 at turn 5 is under investigation. That's going to be the Century Motorsport 71 of Ravi Ramid and number 30 of Tim Horrell and W&S Motorsport. So maybe they might have had another meeting of the minds there at turn number 5. 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining on the clock. Charlie Hart having another little look there, not fully committing, of course, to the move. That would have been a bit too far back into turn 4, but just trying to get in the mind, perhaps, of the race leader.
Yeah, just a little bit, isn't it? We've got 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. I think they crossed the line just in time to make this the penultimate lap of the race, about 1:52 on the clock when they crossed the line. So I think Tom, he can't really back off, unfortunately. No. I'm sure he'd love it if this was the final lap of the race, but that's not the scenario he finds himself in for now. Further third, Silvesterson again holding himself to a strong account in the GT4 Win Series in 4th. Then it's Schreier, then it's Hewitt, and Joachim Bolting still in the overall top 10 in 9th place, leading the AM class. Ravi Ramid has gotten past Tim Horrell out there on the circuit as well. You see Tom there keeping the McLaren in check, braking into turn number 10. Of course, Tom, one half of the Silver Cup and therefore the overall champions in last year's GT4 European Series, really knows his way around this car at the moment, was testing the GT3 Ferrari 296 during the week at Portimao as well. Very excited for that development for his career. He now goes on to the final lap though, with Charlie Hart firmly in his rear view mirror. One more lap to withstand the pressure, one more lap to retain those 7 critical points between first and second for Tom Leben.
And it was very close on the line there as to whether that would have been the final lap or not, but it has gone through to another one. 5-second time penalty to be added for car 71. That's the Ravi Ramid Century Motorsport machine for causing a collision at turn 5, but we'll come back to that later because Hart's having another go into turn 4. He's looking around the outside of Tom Leben here. We'll try and hold alongside the next opportunity of turn 5, but that's good defense from Tom Leben to get back across, make sure that he's got the inside line for the downhill run into T5. That's one of the opportunities for Charlie Hart to get through gone. It'll be would be a wild one to try one into turn number 7, but Leben's feeling the need to go defensive and in the middle of the road. That's going to be a good exit by Charlie Hart. He's going to be on the outside again, though, through turn number 9. He's going to be brave. He's going to hang it round the outside, side by side, through one of the quickest corners of this circuit. They're both wide to drivers left. Leben holds the lead. Hart's going to have another go surely down into turn 10. What a finish we're having here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya.
What a finish indeed. A very wide McLaren from Tom Leben. Charlie Hart again around the outside, this time at turn 12. Cuts the inside line for turn 13. Leben did this to win a race last year. He should know how to defend it. They both go bouncing across the inside of turn 13. It really is an echo of 1 year ago. And as with that fabulous final lap battle in race 3 in 2024, in 2025 it is Tom Leben that crosses the line to win the race. Charlie Hart takes second. Enrico Federer keeps he and Jamo Hartling's championship bid just about alive in third position. Benjamin Silvesterson in fourth, and it will be Maximilian Schreier just about in fifth place, although he had 2 Aston Martins right on his rear bumper at the end there. Hewitt takes 6th. Feldegg in his first GT4 race takes 7th place. Very impressive performance from him. In 8th place was Daniel Drexel, then Joachim Bolting winning in the AM class, the invitational class, which doesn't get trophies, but will, I'm sure, be contested this weekend by the teams within it. Rounded out there by Ravi Ramid, 10th position, rounding out the top 10 and winning among the invitational cars, if you wish to see it in that manner. Tim Horrell winning in Pro-Am. And in fact, Ravi Ramid being dropped down, I think he had some track limits penalties, so he's been dropped to 13th place, unfortunately. Ravi Ramid. Tim Horrell there for the Pro-Am winner is now rounding out the top 10. There just across the line is Villicuna, the green and black Porsche running through your screen. Second in Cayman Trophy brings Kuna and his colleague Cedric Fuchs well up towards winning the Cayman Trophy class in the GT4 Winter Series. Jakob Twarog winning that Cayman Trophy class in this race. So the Foot Racing by Atlas Ward team having a very good showing in that race. But it is Elite Motorsport on top once again in the GT4 Winter Series. They have had a stunning season to this point. This is win number 6 of the year for Elite. Tom Leben in his 3rd round, but at the very end we have another drama. A 5-second penalty is being applied to Tom Leben's race. And what is that going to mean? Well, it's only going to mean 2nd place, because Enrico Ferderer was 5.8 off of Tom Leben at the end. But it does mean that Charlie Hart and Rafa Racing by Racelab are going to inherit the leads and inherit the victory. That will boost, of course, the points margin slightly in favour of SR Motorsport as well. What was going to be SR outscored by 10 points is now SR outscored by 3 points, and the bulletin has already come through to Rafa Racing by Racelab. It is Charlie Hart who has parked at the top step of the under podium, and I'm sure Tom Leben won't be too happy with that. There were a few instances of bouncing across the outside curbs. I do wonder if it was cutting across turn 13 at the end there that caused that penalty. He'll say, well, we did that last year and got away with it, but, well, another year and another scenario for him. You can see there some tyre rub on the side of the 77 car as well, so it did get a little bit physical out there on the circuit in that race. And while Elite Motorsport will extend their championship lead, it is not the victory that we thought Leben had secured. And it seems as though Tom maybe is kind of aware of what he did there and isn't too angry. The body language suggests a driver that knows what's up, as it were. But Charlie Hart is a race winner. Tom Leben did end up with a track limits penalty right at the end of the race. A huge development at the end of that GT4 Winter Series race. Rafa Racing by Racelab then inherit the victory. It's not yet switched on our timing screens, but Leben will be demoted to 2nd place ultimately. And Charlie Hart will be the winner, and he will be the driver speaking in a couple of minutes to Izzy Browning. In fact, it has just switched now on our timing screen, so Charlie Hart is confirmed to have moved forward into the victorious P1, and Tom Leben has to make do with 2nd after some great battling between himself and the Rafa Racing by Racelab driver. Charlie Hart then 2nd best on the roads, but he kept it within the lines. And Izzy, that was the bit that counted ultimately.
It was indeed. Charlie Hart, I'm not going to lie, I didn't think I'd be speaking to you, but a last-minute track limits penalty meant that you've won the race.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, a win is a win. Pressured him into making the track limits on the last lap, and yeah, it paid off. So really happy, a great battle with Tom, and hopefully we can take the momentum into tomorrow.
And the celebration in the garage, I happened to be in the Racelab garage when that came through. Incredible. The biggest cheer I've probably heard all season long. But the scrap that you two were having on the last lap was a feisty one as well.
Yeah, I just sent the move wherever I saw a gap, really. It's always hectic on the last lap when you're that close. Equal machinery as well, both McLaren. So yeah, I had a good go, pressured him, he made a track limit, and yeah, happy for the boys and stuff.
Yeah, another win, and great to bring that home for the team on the final weekend of the championship too.
Yeah, start as we mean to go on. Win number 2 now, so take the momentum into the summer. Yeah, it's a mega race.
Well, huge congratulations. We'll let you get out to the podium and celebrate some more. Our winner, Charlie Hart of Rafa Racing by RaceLab.
Well, even off track, there can be a last-minute surprise thrown up in the GT4 Winter Series. Let's take a look back at this race. So then a penalty for the 98 car in the middle of shot there. The BMW judged to be out of formation as the race started. The rear of the 812 Rafa Racing by RaceLab car was a bit out of formation as well. A big sideways moment for Charlie Hart. He would retain the lead, at least for the first few corners, as Maximilian Schreier managed to get himself past Joachim Bolting. Up at turn 9, through went Tom Levin for the race lead. Schreier diving to the inside of the number 11 car, Enrico Federer, demoted to third position, or fourth position, I should say, while Levin and Hart exchange paint and the odd tyre mark as well. This is, I think, a little bit of scrapping going on, a little bit of foreboding potentially there between the 66 and the 111 car. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be the last close moment between the two of them in the race as the battle continued through the field. And then, unfortunately, we saw the 111 car in the gravel and the 66, the two cars that were fighting for the Cayman Trophy victory, and indeed one of the protagonists in the Cayman Trophy Championship having an issue. So then a big spin there, or a big moment there, I should say, for the Pro Sport Racing car. And the field making themselves through the first few corners after a brief safety car period to collect those Porsche Caymans. And as we went back to green flag, on the first lap back to green flag conditions, Enrico Federer seemed to have the heat in his tyres more so than Maximilian Schreier. That allowed the Schnitzel-Aum SR Motorsport Mercedes into third position, and Federer would remain there until the conclusion of the race. Lots of battling further back. Tim Horrell getting into it there with Ravi Ramyid further back. There was Maximilian Hewitt trying to find his way past Maximilian Schreier, something he wouldn't quite achieve before the end of the race. While further back, Jonathan Curry was picking up a few spots and having some good battles outside of the top 20. Another collision between Tim Horrell and Ravi Ramyid. That was how they ended up switching places at one point. It's not the first time we've seen those two come together. The number 56 Porsche further back in the field for Villeco Motorsport, having a scrap with the Rezoon BMW M4 GT4 of Laurens Ruhl. These guys both in their first appearance of the season in the GT4 Winter Series. Great to see them having a scrap and finding each other. Wouldn't normally be on the same grid in any other series. That's one of the beauties of the GT4 Winter Series. Charlie Hart on the very last lap of the race was really pressuring Tom Levin. He was all over the back of the 77 car, and as he said, he pressured Tom into making a track limits offence, and I think it was here at turn 13 that put the nail in the coffin. All four wheels very, very much off track for Tom. He crossed the line as the race winner, but then a penalty would come through. Raised arm, happy for Tom, but then the news would come through, and Charlie Hart would indeed pull up in front of the number one as the race winner with the penalty applied. Charlie Hart wins it then. Tom Levin in second place. Enrico Federer in third position, which means the championship goes on, but Federer and Hartling will struggle to make it last beyond race 2 unless Levin and Cresswell have an issue. Benjamin Silvesterson in fourth position. Maximilian Schreier in fifth position. In sixth place, it is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin of Maximilian Hewitt. Roman Fellner-Feldegg in his first GT4 race in seventh. The Rezoon car of Daniel Drexel in eighth. Joachim Bolting, AM winner, in ninth. Tim Horrell wins Pro-Am in 10th. A rather embattled race for Tim by the looks of it. Florian Bauer second in Pro-Am in 11th. AM second, Daniel Blickler in 12th. And it was Ravi Ramyid 13th. Bruno Pereira on his first appearance in GT4 Winter Series in 14th. Daniel Nilsson in 15th. Mark Ellman in P16. Keith Gatehouse 17th. Laurens Ruhl in 20th. Richard Andermark in 19th. And then rounding out the top 20, the Cayman Trophy winner, Jakob Twarog. In 21st position, it was Jonathan Curry for NM Racing. Villicuna bring himself and Cedric Fuchs closer to the Cayman Trophy title in 22nd. Clemens Drexel takes 23rd. Joachim Walder takes 24th. Martin Krull takes 25th position. Linden and Sander, both from Cayman Trophy, both failing to reach the checkered flag at the end of that race. So then, with the race completed, we can examine some of what went on elsewhere. I understand that in the Pro-Am category as well, Horrell and Grundle have taken a big step forward in the championship. They won the class. Meanwhile, the team closest to them, Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy, they only finished down in 5th in class. So the championship looking in favour of Tim Horrell for now, although it's not yet decided. But Tim, along with Nico Grundle, may well sew up that Pro-Am title going into race 2 of the weekend. Joachim Bolting is long since confirmed as the AM champion coming into this weekend. In fact, I don't think mathematically it's quite over yet, because we do have his closest competition, Martin Krull, here this weekend. But in all regards, except the strictest of mathematical terms, Joachim Bolting will more than likely win the AM title. Of course, that's in spite of him competing in Pro-Am last weekend at Motorland Aragon along with Peter Terting. So a little bit of a dual classing this year, of course, for Joachim Bolting. He had a really strong showing last time out in Pro-Am, and again, we saw what he can do in the wet conditions in qualifying. He was on the 2nd row of the grid for this race, and that was because it was greasy out there, and we know that Joachim Bolting loves it when the conditions are a little bit treacherous. I must say, we're quite surprised, I think, collectively in the TV area of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya that we aren't talking about wet races at the moment, but mercifully the tarmac is dry, and so is Andrew Mather's head down on the podium, because no rain for now, clouds overhead, but we can now celebrate the podiums.
We can indeed, Adam. It is very windy down here, though, at the podium. But let's get things going for the podium ceremonies for the first race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series, starting with our Cayman Trophy presentation for our top 2 finishers. First of all, please welcome out onto the podium, 2nd place in Cayman Trophy for SR Motorsport, Willem Koenen. And your winners in the Cayman Trophy in race 1, please welcome for Forge Racing, number 41, Jakob Twarog. Let's also welcome out our trophy presenters for this one in the 2nd place trophy from Pirelli, David Palares, and from the race direction of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, Jose Luis Santamaria. Great scenes on the podium there for the Cayman Trophy competition. Let's move to the AM category in our top 3. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you again later on for race number 2. Let's next welcome out onto the podium your 3rd place driver in AM for Willico team, driver number 56, Richard Andermark. In 2nd place, please welcome out for W&S Motorsport, driver number 32, Daniel Blickler. And your race winner in the AM class for Plus Line, driver number 38, Joachim Bolting.
Presenting the trophies in the AM category, Sergio Fonseca from GEDLICH for 3rd place, David Paredes from Pirelli for 2nd place, and Jose Luis Santamaria, race director for the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, the class winners trophy. Few photos for our top 3 in a very competitive AM class here this weekend for the GT4 Winter Series. And a few photos for those on the gallery down in pit lane. Thank you very much, drivers. We'll see you again for race 2 tomorrow. Next, we will move to the Pro-Am category. Very busy grid with 9 drivers. Let's welcome out our top 3. First of all, in 3rd place for Santogi Aruya competition, 007 Bruno Pereira. In 2nd place for East Racing, please welcome to the podium Florian Bauer. And your race winner in Pro-Am for W&S Motorsport, please welcome driver number 30, Tim Horrell. Please welcome out to the podium once again your trophy presenters, Sergio Fonseca from GEDLICH, David Paredes from Pirelli, and Jose Luis Santamaria, race director here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Fantastic scenes once again in the Pro-Am category, and we thoroughly look forward to the 2nd and 3rd races tomorrow for this this last round of the season for the GT4 Winter Series. Thank you, drivers. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you again tomorrow. There's one more podium for us to perform in this section of the program, which of course will be for the Pro category. 8 drivers and teams competing today in the Pro category. Let's take you through the top 3. First of all, welcoming out onto the podium your 3rd place driver for SR Motorsport. Please welcome once again Enrico Federer. In 2nd place for Elite Motorsport, please welcome Tom Leben. And your overall and pro winner for Rafa Racing by Racelab, please welcome Charlie Hart. Once again, the trophies from Sergio Fonseca for 3rd place from GEDLICH, David Paredes from Pirelli for 2nd place, and race director here at the Circuit de Catalunya, Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, Jose Luis Santamaria with the winner's trophy. Congratulations, drivers. Congratulations, teams. We'll see you again tomorrow for races number 2 and number 3. For now, though, let's head back to the track. The next race is a few moments away.
It is indeed just moments away. We are down on the grid once again for the Prototype Winter Series race. First race of the weekend for them, and the potential for this man here, Danny Soufi, to become a two-time Prototype Winter Series champion. He needs, well, if CLX win the race, then Danny Soufi just needs to make sure that he finishes 7th or higher in order to take the title this afternoon. So it's looking pretty good because he is starting on pole position. And I am going to jump in and have a word with him just to get his thoughts ahead of this race. Well, Danny, you could tie up the championship in this race. I'm sure you're aware of that. Is that something you're thinking about, or is it just go out there and do the job that you've done all season long?
Just going to go drive, get it done. Bring the car home, and then, yeah, finish off the weekend.
And another Conrad car on the front row alongside you, front row lockout for the Conrad team. Has there been a conversation of keeping it clean between you?
I don't think so. He's here to learn. He's doing quite well for his first weekend, so I think he himself wants to prove himself, but he also wants to have a clean race. So if we can keep the front row locked out for the whole first lap and then for the rest of the race, we'll be in good hands.
All right, best of luck out there. Have fun. As I said, Danny, with the potential to tie up the championship in this race. And I have said that, of course, we have a front row lockout for the Conrad team because they are running another car this weekend, the number 11, alongside him of Zino Ferri-Farkle. Now, he will be in this car on the front row. First time in an LMP3 car as well. Zino, great to see you. Welcome to the Prototype Winter Series grid. First race in LMP3, as I understand it, and on the front row, so things are going pretty well so far.
Yeah, couldn't be better, honestly. It's like my second time in the car and like my first time racing a prototype, and I think like my fourth time racing a car at all. So I'm pretty happy with that.
And Danny, alongside you, the team have gone pretty well here this weekend.
Yeah, front row lockout of Conrad, couldn't be better.
All right, wish you best of luck. Have fun out there. I'll let Werner Eischinger, their race director, just jump in with him, obviously having a couple of words as it is his first time on this grid. And we have welcomed a couple of other cars on this grid for the first time. The number 51, great to see such a colourful livery on our Prototype Winter Series grid. And it will be Geronimo Gomez starting in that car. And alongside him, Philip Lindberg in the number 20 high-class racing car. Final weekend in the Prototype Winter Series for all of our drivers, but of course Philip, who we've spoken to many, many times over the season, and he'll be hoping for a good race. This race is starting shortly.
So then the Prototype Winter Series cars are about ready to go racing. 2 formation laps here, of course, as always, because it does take a bit to get some temp into the tyres in these LMP3 machines. Of course, Michelin-clad cars, and it is all Ligier on the front row. It is all Conrad Motorsport on the front row. Danny Soufi lines up on the pole position, but only a couple of tenths off in his LMP3 debut is Zino Ferri-Farkle, the driver who has competed a little bit in Tourenwagen Junior Cup and a couple of other small series in Germany, but nothing to this level, yet he's proving very fast indeed. Geronimo Gomez, third fastest, the number 51 Ligier from Team Virage. Great to welcome them into the series. Philip Lindberg lines up fourth. He seems fairly confident this weekend. I believe he had some coaching from Anders Fjordbach coming into this race. For Quentin Joseph, the directive is simple. Stay out of trouble. Build a gap, or not build a gap, but at least keep a gap relatively close to the front of the field for David Drew, who takes that car over. as Izzy said down on the grid, it is win or bust for CLX. If they do not win this race, then the championship is Danny Soufi's. Wolfgang Peyer starts 6th on the grid in the first of the Duquesne D08s. Of course, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen sharing the car with him. John Brownson, who unfortunately missed the second race at Motorland Aragon with illness. He feels back up to fighting fitness or something close to it, and he lines up 7th on the grid for DKR Engineering. Meanwhile, in 8th on the grid is Jochen Schäfer, the German racer who is a long-term GEDLICH Racing client, even though he is making his first appearance here in the Prototype Winter Series. It's also his first appearance in a prototype generally for the driver at the back of the field here, the KC2 Racing entry. Jochen Schäfer was actually coached by Markus Giedlich back in the early 2010s, and Markus, of course, a very fast driver in his own right prior to leaning more into the business side of things. Still a very capable driver coach as well. Between himself, Nico Bastian and Arne Hofmeister, they all coached Jochen Schäfer at various points, and Jochen went on to drive in VLN and the N24 back in 2012. Went off, grew his solar panel business, that is a Cube Concept, and he is now back in racing. It's been a little while since we've seen him in motorsport. He's over 50 years old now, but still fit as a fiddle. Is an amateur boxer among other sporting travails. And now he's back in a car, in an LMP3 for the first time. I'm sure that his workouts have been focusing on the neck, given the amount of downforce and corner speed in these machines. But great to see a driver come back into racing after a long time away. And also interesting that one way or another, for about 15 years, he's been part of the GEDLICH Racing fold.
Absolutely. I think we always welcome more cars on the grid and more drivers, especially here in the Prototype Winter Series, and yeah, you make a very good point there, Adam, about the fitness, but particularly around a circuit like this, because it's got so many at least medium, if not high-speed corners, particularly through turn 3, that long run, and the big braking zones as well. In these big, burly LMP3s, it is a real test for everybody out there. This, of course, will be a race where we'll be talking about pit durations as well. We'll keep you up to date with all of those as the race goes on. In short, the stronger your driver lineup based on the FIA driver categorization, the longer your time in the pits, your mandatory pit stop will be. It'll be the job of those like Danny Soufi to build up the gap to effectively negate the penalty, but the handicap that those teams have over some of the other cars, the likes of the number 3 for DKR Engineering, which will have a slower or a lower time on their pit stop. The numbers 12 of Duquesne, the Duquesne of Racing Experience, is another good example of that. But 8 cars forming up for this one. The timer has started already, so we've got 47 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock, plus that one lap, of course. Looking forward to this one, Adam.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this. I think Conrad Motorsport might be a little bit tense as a garage right now. For the first time, Danny Soufi has a teammate to his left. It's the number 1 car for Danny Soufi, of course, the reigning, defending Prototype Winter Series champion. Zino Ferenc-Falca will be looking to, I'm sure, not do too much to disrupt Danny, but if he can take a win, he absolutely will. We're underway in racing for what could be the title-deciding race in the Prototype Winter Series, and it's a very good start from Philip Lindberg, also Geronimo Gomez. It looks like Falca there being ever so slightly swallowed up side by side for second between Gomez and Lindberg. Who's going to come out on top for second position there? The rest of the field nicely navigating their way through the first couple of corners. It's Soufi that will emerge in the lead. In second place, it is Philip Lindberg. A strong start from the Dane. Zino Ferret-Falco going around the outside here, trying to get himself back into second position. Not quite the formation flying, I'm sure, that Franz Conrad and the team would have pictured. But Philip Lindbergh, his hubris, his confidence that seemed to be in his stride going into the weekend, paying off with a very good start.
I tell you what, for Lindbergh and for High Class Racing, they did not get the results that perhaps they deserved last weekend, particularly in race one when they had those radio issues that were the main contributing factors to them not serving their pit stop within the mandatory pit window. But when you looked at the race pace of that Danish prepared machine, there was nothing wrong with it at all. And as you say, with that training with Anders Fjordbak, very experienced driver in prototype machinery and with the operation of High Class Racing, in the early stages of this one, it looks like that training is paying off. I question the cautionary start from Falca there in the number 11, but then again, would you really want the two cars, your team cars, barreling down into turn one at the same time when one of them's, you know, not quite one full hand on the championship yet, but definitely a couple of fingertips perhaps. A little bit of a cautionary start there from Falca. Just let Danny Soufi get into his stride. And the crucial thing right now is that Falca car is ahead of Quinton Joseph, is ahead of the nearest championship contender to Danny Soufi's number one. At the moment, for CLX, they're going to need to have their strategy heads on right now, because 5th place for them right now would see the end of their championship bid.
It would, but I think for Quentin Joseph, it's not really about surging forward and challenging these silver-rated drivers. All of the drivers ahead of him are silver-rated. I think, if anything, it's more staying as close as possible, keeping John Brownson behind him, because they're quite close together in 5th and 6th place, and also, of course, trying to hand the car over to David Drew in a good enough position that David can maybe start to challenge for these higher positions later in the second phase of the race. Now, for David Drew and Quentin Joseph, it will be a 115-second pit stop. For everyone in the top 4, it's 144 seconds, because it's all silver lineups there. That's fairly easy. The only big deviation from 115 or 144 is 82 seconds for Jochen Schäfer, since he's a solo bronze. He gets a very short pit stop indeed, won't have to hang around too much on his return to car racing. Philip Lindbergh certainly isn't hanging around, but the same can be said for Zino Ferret-Falco there in 3rd position. Wants that 1-2 scenario, of course, for Conrad Motorsport. But to your point, maybe taking a bit easy just on the basis of experience, because to my knowledge, his experience goes plenty of karting, a little bit of Tourenwagen Junior Cup. If you're unfamiliar with that series, that's racing a Volkswagen up. With all due respect to the Bratislava-based factory that builds Volkswagen ups, I think this Ligier might be a bit hairier.
Yeah, I always like to try and think of the crossovers, but I'm struggling on this occasion, Adam, to think of the skill transfer between the two. But he's doing a good job right now, keeping Philip Lindbergh honest. And don't forget about Geronimo Gomez there in 4th place, a little bit further behind. There's been a change for 5th place. John Brownson has got through past Quinton Joseph for that position, and this is a good sight to see. John Brownson obviously sat the second race at Aragon 6 days ago out due to illness. Lawrence Herr went on to win that race, of course, but the first race, the one 7 days ago, it was tough conditions. It was a tough time for John Brownson in that one. This is a good bit of bounce back ability from John Brownson, that right now the pace is good and he's winning that battle of those drivers with a little bit less pace.
Yeah, exactly right. You don't want to see a driver struggling, and I think it was quite clear in race 1 that John was struggling. That maybe slightly fuzzy-headedness of whatever illness he was coming down with left him making some uncharacteristic errors. He's now there and fighting. Speaking of fighting, almost a little bit of contact there between Lindbergh and Falca in the battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Philip Lindbergh, of course, he will be driving solo, which might give him a little bit of benefit going into the second phase of the race, but so will Zino Falca as well, to be fair. Geronimo Gomez will be handing over to Daniel Nogales, though, so he only has half of this race to do. He'll be reporting back on the radio towards the end of the stint, explaining quite what to expect for his Team Virage cohort, and great to welcome Team Virage into the Prototype Winter Series for this weekend. Of course, the team based down here in the Iberian region, wearing the colours of Spain, and always good to see some local representation on the grid in the Prototype Winter Series.
Absolutely. 44 minutes and 21 seconds of this race remaining, plus one lap, of course. Pace at the moment for Danny Soufi, who in that phase that he's become a master at, of building the lead before those mandatory pit stops. 1 minute 37.813 last time around, new fastest lap of this race so far. In contrast, Lindberg and Falke in the 141s. Gomez a personal best of a 140.7 last time around. 142s into the 1 minute 40 somethings for the rest of the order. So right now this is going the way of Danny Soufi. And whilst Conrad Motorsport don't have a 1-2 on the road at this precise moment, the work of Falke will be helping Soufi here, I feel, because Lindberg's not at full pace, defending a touch, not over defending at this stage of the race, but I don't think the high-class racing number 20 is going as quickly as perhaps it could be if it didn't have that slight driver's nuisance in a way of Falke all over his rear wing.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the second, third and fourth place cars are in tandem at the moment. Danny Soufi leading by 11.4 seconds now. John Brownson in 5th position. 6th position is Quentin Joseph, who of course will be pressuring himself, I imagine, as well, to hand the car over to David Drew in a strong position. Incidentally, I did want to mention, we saw a 37.813 for Danny Soufi. The fastest ever LMP3 lap around this circuit actually does belong to David Drew, a 136.735. So we know David is very quick around this circuit in an LMP3. I think that was done more in the summertime, so maybe a few more tenths thanks to some tyre temperatures and things of that nature. But all the same, we know that David Drew can be the quickest man definitively in an LMP3 car around the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. So if he does rejoin the race in good margin, that might be difficult for Danny Soufi. However, the margin, as we alluded to, has to be, what, 29 seconds, and already the gap between 1st and 6th, Soufi and Joseph, is 24 seconds at the conclusion of the previous lap. So Danny is already doing absolutely everything he needs to do.
Yeah, and he's been doing such a professional job throughout the course of this season. He'll be enjoying these conditions right now. Pretty strong conditions here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Philip Lindberg continues to hold 2nd place here for high-class racing, out of turn 14, out of the final corner, and Danny Soufi's lead is so great now that we can't even see the rear wing of the number 1 over the brow of the circuit. It's one of those that on a track map looks very simple, but it's quite a drop down into turn 1 there on the brakes, all the weight going forward when you're getting on the anchors into that part of the circuit. Lead is now 13.7 seconds, personal bests that time around from Falke and Gomez, but at least the qualifying pace may suggest that Falke will be feeling he's held up here. He was pretty close to the pace of Danny Soufi earlier on this morning, in very different conditions, we should state. It was wet conditions for everybody out there during those qualifying sessions. You can see again Falke on the lights, trying to distract Lindberg perhaps, as trying to find the lowest risk way to return into 2nd place.
I suspect that whatever Conrad Motorsport sees high class do, they'll do the polar opposite for Zeno, because if Lindberg decides to pull in with 20 minutes of the window complete exactly, I'm sure they'll extend him for 10 minutes, give him some clean air and see what he can do. And indeed, if it's the polar opposite, if he goes past the pit entry, Philip Lindberg, at the first time of asking, I suspect that they'll get Zeno in record time. That pit window opens with 20 minutes of the race complete, so we're halfway to the window at the moment, and we'll see quite how that one pays off. Again, for the top 4 in this race, all pit stop handicaps are the same. It's all silver lineups in the top 4, therefore 144 seconds from pit in to pit out, and that includes the stop. You don't have to stop for 144 seconds.
Absolutely. Just looking at how he's getting on with clearing some of those mandatory handicaps. I think he has now cleared past the number 12, which will have a 31-second advantage in the pit stop window over Danny Soufi and the number 1. So yeah, the gap's gone well beyond that. So right now, Danny Soufi would be coming out probably around that John Brownson region, and as I say, with only 11 minutes of this stint gone so far, plenty more opportunity for Danny Soufi to continue to grow that lead. More personal bests coming in. John Gomez, as mentioned last time around, but John Brownson again. John Brownson building a nice gap ahead of Quentin Joseph, Adam. So we saw him make the move in the early stages of this race, but 142.6 last time around for John Brownson means he now leads over Quentin Joseph in that discussion over 5th place by 4.5 seconds.
Smooth sailing for Soufi at the front of the field, then 15 to the good last time by, and it's going up by a good 2 to 3 seconds every single lap. The American driver who's won all but one race so far this year. It took a solo Lawrence Herr for the race to go against him for the first time all season. 5 from 6 is a pretty mean record for the driver from Austin, Texas. Virginia born, but Texas raised, I think is probably how he'd want it described. And great to see him potentially here on a path to a second consecutive Prototype Winter Series title. Certainly it all points in his favour. 6 points across the weekend will win him the championship no matter what CLX Motorsport do. So that is a very high set of odds for Soufi, a very good set of odds for him going into this weekend. Philip Lindbergh is really impressing me though in this race, I must say. He's always been a little bit off of Soufi in terms of race pace, and we are seeing that again here, but what he is doing is keeping Falca behind, keeping Gomez behind, and those are two young drivers who want to make a point this weekend, of course start their season on a high. For Lindbergh, it's all been about adapting from his previous travails in touring car racing, getting used to LMP3 machinery, and I think we're seeing proof positive that across the season he has sussed this LMP3 thing out a little bit.
It's a similar kind of performance so far in this one for me, Adam, to what we saw in that first race at Aragon, until that point where they realised, oh no, these radio communications have gone a little bit awry.
Yes.
The pace from Lindbergh was, yeah, not as quick as the race leaders, but the delta between himself and those race leaders was narrowing all the time and staying consistent. There was one little half spin that he had in that first race, but yeah, that was of course in damp conditions at Aragon 7 days ago, and he's starting to pull away now from Zeno Falca there in the number 11. So round to complete lap number 8, 1 minute 38.7 last time around for Soufi, 1 minute 40.3 for Lindbergh. So they're all in those low 1 minute 40s or 1 minute 41s in the case of Team Virage and Geronimo Gomez. Looking a little bit further back, see the number 3 of DKR Engineering, fresh off their win in the hands of Lawrence Herr 6 days ago. John Brownson continuing to grow that gap ahead of Quentin Joseph. It's now up to 6.5 seconds back to CLX Motorsport and then number 87. But again, they've still got David Drew to go. A bit of a lock-up there from Philip Lindbergh down into turn number 5. He didn't lose too much time with that one, Adam.
Not too much, no, but he has before kind of ended up with a flat spot, that 50p piece effect, and then just lock-up after lock-up after lock-up, so he does have to be careful not to do that to himself again. Just to touch on Geronimo Gomez there in 4th position, to my understanding, this is the young Colombian's first appearance in a car, I believe. He's only ever raced go-karts previously. Only trace that I could find was in karting for Geronimo. So he's doing a very good job, the young Colombian, on his first appearance with Team Virage in the Prototype Winter Series, and a solid 4th place for now, maybe just falling off the back of 2nd and 3rd a little bit at this juncture, but all the same, a good outing here for Geronimo Gomez. He'll hand over to Daniel Nogales, who could be quite fun to watch actually. Spanish F4 and Euro Cup 3 on his resume, so slowly drifting into the world of sports car racing after after trying out the single-seater ladder, and he'll be looking to make a good first impression on the world of prototype competition. Danny Soufi making quite the impression on the field. The usual procedure, 20.4 seconds at the front of the pack.
Yes, I think he has now cleared, yes he has cleared all of the teams with a shorter mandatory pit stop, as in he's cleared the advantage that those teams would have through the pit window. The cars in that top 4 are all on that 144, 143 region bracket, well, all of them on 144 seconds as their mandatory stop time. To remind, that time is measured from the timing loop on pit entry to the timing loop on pit out, so it's not necessarily all of that time stationary in the pits. 33, nearly 34 minutes of this race to go, plus that one lap. Danny Soufi, your race leader by more than 20 seconds now, and looking very calm, looking very serene at the moment, Adam.
Yeah, I believe that some of these teams as well will be racing or competing or driving, whichever word you prefer, at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya going into next week as well. Some third-generation LMP3 cars will be doing some laps here during the week. I think that will be at least a couple of the teams we see here today with the thunderous second-generation car, the last of the V8 LMP3s that we're seeing here this weekend in the Prototype Winter Series. We believe that next year it may well be that we have the V6s out on the circuit. Here's second and third place then. Philip Lindberg still of only 7/10 clear of Zeno Falca, and that has been the case pretty much all race long. I don't think that gap has got to a second at any point in the race. So Zeno Falca really is doing a good job in the dirty air, and that's one of the dark arts of prototype racing, of high downforce racing generally, is being able to stay on the tail of the car ahead of you with such high downforce, such dirty air coming out from behind the car. We saw there another lock up there for Lindberg, getting a little bit scared of maybe how his tyre is looking on the left front corner. But yeah, Zeno not really familiar with downforce racing. Hopefully he's not killing off his front tyres to stay behind Philip Lindberg, but we'll only know that towards the end of the stint.
We will, but I'd say right now between these two cars, it's the teal and black Conrad car that's looking a bit more composed in the corners. It is very easy to lock up your front left into turn 5, because not only are you going downhill, but there's a bit of camber, and the weight just completely drops off the front left there. So I don't think that's too much of a concern for Lindberg. We were seeing a couple of the drivers having that in the Formula Winter Series race earlier on this afternoon. I was having a chat with Finn McLaughlin earlier on, asking him, was it a flat spot? He said no, it's just an occasional little lock up here and there, so I don't think there's too much concern. But you are right, he sat in the wake there. He is going to be working that front axle a little bit harder. Bit of lap traffic for the drivers in second and third to deal with, and they deal with that very calmly indeed. That's the number 44 of Jochen Schäfer there in the number 44. He's lapping quite nicely at the moment in the 1 minute 50s.
Yeah, Schäfer, the driver we referred to at the start of the race, making his return to competition after a multiple-year absence. Here is the second and third place battle. They're not affected at all by that for Jochen Schäfer, who did a good job there of staying on line as well. It's always the inclination, isn't it, of a driver maybe to peel off and get out of the way, but he stayed on line, stayed predictable for the competitors that were putting a lap on him. Zeno Falca, it's not predictable, I think, in the rearview mirrors of Philip Lindberg, making that Ligier look very wide indeed. Now Danny Soufi is going to cross the line just before the pit window opens. For Lindberg and for Falca and all those behind, they could, in theory, make their pit stop this time by, because the clock will have ticked down beyond 30 to go by the time they arrive at pit entrance. So it'll be interesting to see whether Lindberg peels in, and if he doesn't pit in, whether Conrad Motorsport pull the pin immediately and try and get Zeno Falca some clean air. We saw Zeno leaving some 11Cs down at turn 10 that time. The pit stop window is now confirmed to be open. Neither of our drivers in second or third place dive in to take that opportunity, nor will Geronimo Gomez. I suspect that John Brownson will. Meanwhile, Zeno Falca is through. A great run out of the final corner. I thought they'd be alongside each other coming into the first corner, but never mind that. He's already passed by the time they get to the braking zone.
Good run from Falca, kept it nice and tidy through turns 13 and 14 to give himself the opportunity down into turn 1. No visitors to the pits yet, but now we get to see what kind of pace Falca has got in dry conditions. We know he was close to the lap times of Sufi in the damp and wet conditions earlier on this morning, and immediately you can see Falca stretching away from Philip Lindbergh. We do now have our first visitor pit lane, and it's not a surprise. Good stint there from John Brownson, but they want to maximise the time they've got with Lawrence Ho as much as possible. DKR Engineering in the pits.
Quentin Joseph also bringing the CLX Motorsport car in to hand over to David Drew, who now has quite the task ahead of him if he wants to try and prolong this championship battle. I think both drivers quite realistic. They're aware that this is a very, very long shot at this point, especially, of course, with Danny Sufi in the lead. So long as he's not last or non-finishing in this race, he's won the championship. So CLX know it's a very, very long shot, but David Drew will do everything he can to try and nail the target on that one. The talented racer from Switzerland who has been a part of the LMP3 fold for as long as LMP3 racing has existed. Wolfgang Peyer hasn't quite been at it that long, but he's got some experience too. The racing experience team dive into action. The Hauser family and co get ready to perform their pit service, and the young shootout winner, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, will take the car over.
Well, indeed. Good tidy stint there from Wolfgang Peyer. Best lap time was a 1:45.2, and I was regularly seeing green lap times coming up for Wolfgang Peyer through that stint. So tidy stuff indeed. And Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen back in the car, who was very, very impressive at Aragon. Held off Lawrence Her for a good while in race number 1 7 days ago. So 27 minutes and 25 seconds of this one to go. Geronimo Gomez has brought the number 51 Ligier of Team Virage into the pits for their mandatory pit stop. Meanwhile, your race leader, Danny Sufi, continues to circulate round, now 26 seconds ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to watch the gap extend between Falca and Lindbergh, which it already has at this juncture, as I think we've alluded to. Out goes Lawrence Her back out onto the circuit. There is Lindbergh. How long will he now wait until he makes his stop? He'll be rather annoyed watching Falca drive away, as it did feel like he probably would, of course, given the qualifying times for Zeno Ferret Falca coming into the race. It did look as though he'd be quicker than Lindbergh, and now as he comes into the pit lane, those last couple of laps have definitively proven that Zeno has the race pace, but the pit stop window can do devious things. These LMP3s, for one reason or another, they do struggle a little bit to fire back up. They have to turn the engines off during the pit stop, and sometimes it does take a little bit of coercion and bribery to get the car back out onto the circuit again. But the Conrad Motorsport crew head out into pit lane to service Zeno Ferret Falca. He seemed like a good interview down on the grid with Izzy, and clearly there's some charisma in that helmet.
I was going to say, that's a cool, calm and collected customer in the middle of a competitive race like this. You just managed to find your way through into second place. It's a crucial part of the race, this, to get everything right. Still got time for a little wink to the camera. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Conrad Motorsport team going to work. A little bit of shine and polish on the windscreen there. Bit of a check of the tyre pressures as well. Very professional job at the moment from the Austrian squad. No Danny Sufi in the pits yet. Just an update on his pace is a 1:39. As we have a look now at a battle on track, but I don't think for position. Is it not? No, it's not. This is racing experience with Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, who have completed their pit stop, now ahead of Philip Lindbergh, and this is not good for Philip Lindbergh. He's going to be losing a bit of time here, so perhaps they should have just come in at the same time as Conrad Motorsport and Zeno Falca, and no, they're going to go round again for another lap. 25 minutes remaining on the clock, but what is this doing for the overall race pace of High Class Racing's number 20?
Probably not great things. He was already losing that race pace battle to Zeno Falca before the window. I think Zeno, I think he's viral moment hunting, you know. I think he's like, I want a big viral moment this weekend, and that's my budget for the summer sorted. The number 11 car will soon be back out there onto the circuit. The Conrad Ligier underway. I said his first, it's not his first motor race, but it is his first time racing at LMP3. And I think everyone up to and including Danny Soufi has been very impressed. But that's his first blot in the copybook. A little bit of a stall there. He does get the car underway. It is, again, so easy to do that in an LMP3 car. It won't cost him too much. And if Philip Lindbergh's pace is about where it was pre-Falca coming in, I don't think it will have cost him second place, but it might be quite close once Lindbergh elects to make the stop.
Might be indeed. It's a good recovery in the end from for Falca to have that little stall, but not lose too much time. It's also come out behind Lawrence Herr, which might not be a bad place to be, because we know that Lawrence Herr's pace is going to be pretty good because it's Lawrence Herr.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Falca can get back up to pace as quickly as possible, as in comes the race leader.
Danny Soufi in then for his 144-second aside in the pit lane. Jochen Schäfer is in as well for the KC2 SPV team. His stop only needing to last 82 seconds, so little rest for the wicked for Jochen Schäfer. As Marcus Gedlic informed me, we spoke at length about his background earlier on. A bit of a fitness fanatic, and he'll only have about a minute and 20 seconds to hydrate, get himself back into the zone and head back out onto the circuit. Danny Soufi for now, though, getting the little servicing that they need to do before sending the car back out there. There is Schäfer heading back out onto the circuit, backing from his Cube solar panel company there as well on the side of his car. Here is Zeno Falca after that little blot in the copybook coming into the out of the pit lane, I should say. We now see him back up to full racing speed. And where is Philip Lindbergh in relation? Is that, no, that's not Lindbergh up ahead. That's the DKR Engineering Duquesne. Yeah, so that's Lawrence Herr. Now where is Lindbergh in relation? Lindbergh is still, of course, not serving the pit stop yet. Hopefully he comes in this time, because we've seen this story before. If he goes past the pits once more, he will miss the window, which is exactly what befell him last time at Motorland Aragon. We know that was a radio communication issue for High Class Racing and Philip Lindbergh. Hopefully they make sure he's in this time by.
Yeah, I hope this isn't a case of deja vu for High Class Racing, but I'm getting a little bit nervous at the moment, Adam, because this has almost been a carbon copy of what we saw at Aragon. Great first stint from Philip Lindbergh, good pace, but have got to get this pit stop done at the right time. As 21 minutes and 20 seconds away goes Danny Soufi back into the race. That in some ways should be the hardest part of their race done. Now is the moment of truth. Has Danny Soufi done enough to be out in a position where I think we would now be calling him champion-elect? I do believe that it is the case. Nice run down to turn one. Danny Soufi knows now that he's just over 21 minutes away from retaining his Prototype Winter Series title. Yeah, Lawrence Herr not even across the line yet, and that's currently the closest of the drivers who has served the pit stop. Zeno Falca, incidentally, among those behind him who have also pitted. So Lawrence Herr has potentially moved the number 3 into the podium positions, and much to the relief of Andrew Mather, to High Class Racing and myself, we did also see on the timing screen a few moments ago that Philip Lindbergh had come into the pits, and thankfully visual confirmation now as well. So all cars within the pit window, great success. And this is their usual strategy, of course. They normally do like to go a little bit longer in this first part of the race, and there's no driver change to be done here, so Philip will stay at the wheel of his Ligier for High Class Racing. There is, once everything is cycled back through, your race leader, Danny Soufi from Lawrence Hurd. It'll take a little bit of time for timing and scoring to tick through to show us the true gap between Sufi and Hurd. Just for the record, Lawrence Hurd's pace the last time around was a 1:39. So yeah, to be expected. Hurd is straight onto race leader's pace. But for Danny Sufi, I think he's going to have a comfortable lead here over Lawrence Hurd, and will just be able to. And again, he doesn't need to win this race, of course. In terms of championship, he just needs those 6 solitary points in addition to what he's scored already to retain his title. And this is, of course, the scenario where if CLX were to win this race, at the moment, down in 6th spot.
Yeah, not the position that CLX needed to find themselves in for this second phase of the race. I don't think Danny Sufi was pushing to the nth degree during that first stint of the race either, so he should have some tyre in his back pocket as well, should he need to deploy it. But with 28 seconds between himself and Lawrence Hurd, I'm not so sure that that's going to be a consideration either way. Only 6 seconds between Hurd and Falker, but Falker is going to have to really wind the taps up on his Conrad Motorsport Ligier, the sister car to Sufi, to challenge Lawrence Hurd for that position. Meanwhile, David Drew just coming up behind Jochen Schäfer. That's not for position, of course. Drew is just under 10 seconds back from Daniel Nogales, and I think that's going to be a tall order over the remaining 18 minutes and 20 seconds of this stint. It's great here to ride effectively on David Drew's shoulder as he navigates the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. You see him drop down there from 5th to 2nd gear at the apex. The downside to 2nd gear we saw there, which was that little bit of torque too much that caused him to have a little bit of a slide. And again, down in 2nd, coming out of turn 5, fighting the car there as well. David right on the edge of adhesion, but he's not the fastest man out on circuit, as we just saw flashing up on screen there. Matthias Bier-Jakobsen is quick.
He is quick, and I tell you what, mate, we've got a really good battle for the podium on here this afternoon for both 2nd and 3rd places. I would say everyone 2nd through to 7th has got some level of an opportunity here, and we saw last week at Aragon how quickly things can change in the prototype winter series. 17.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Lawrence Hurd has set a personal best for that car this time around. Is now scored in 2nd place, and testament to how good a job John Brownson did in that first stint, Adam, because the benefit of the shorter pit stop time is what's elevated Lawrence Hurd up into that 2nd place, ahead of Zino Ferret-Falke there in the number 11, and Philip Lindberg and the number 51 of Daniel Nogales. All of those cars still very much in a shout, I'd say, of a podium position of some sort, all covered by around, what would you say, around 18 seconds or so. But yeah, it's looking good again here for DKR Engineering once again to be on the podium, and this time with their full complement of drivers.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Zino is probably the one under the most pressure here. He's 7.5 back from Lawrence Hurd, and last time by he was 1.4 seconds slower, even though it was his personal best lap of the race. If Daniel Nogales gets to settle into that Team Virage Ligier and starts lapping quicker, he's only 3.2 seconds back. Of course, Nogales has only just gotten into the car. Zino Ferret-Falke has done the first half of the race, so I'm not convinced that we've seen the best out of Nogales just yet. Philip Lindberg is slightly falling back away from him as well. Lindberg is going to have to get the elbows out, I suspect, to retain his top 5 position, because David Drew is homing in on him at a rate of knots, actually, at the moment. A personal best sector followed by a purple sector, the first 2 sector points of the lap, telling the story that David Drew, who was 5.7 seconds off of Lindberg, I suspect it's going to be more like 3 next time across the start-finish line. It's not going to be long before 5th place is actively under contest.
Indeed, and with good reason for David Drew. Whilst the championship bid very much looks like it's going the way of Danny Sufi, there's still the question of 2nd place in the championship. Only 6 points between the CLX duo and Lawrence Hurd, and with Lawrence Hurd up there in 2nd place right now, that could be an advantage that further swings towards DKR Engineering's more experienced driver. Also keep an eye on Matthias Bier-Jakobsen. Matthias Bier-Jakobsen, as the pit stop window has cycled through, is a little bit further back than I thought he would be, but that's not to say that he's not going very quickly, because he is going very, very quickly. Double purple sectors through this part of the lap, and he's just finished it with a 1:37.254. That is very good pace in these cooler conditions for Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen in the Duquesne DO8 for racing experience. Adam is impressing me once again.
Más rápido, Mr. Jacobsen. Very good effort from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, the young Dane. There is the battle for 5th place. David Drew is indeed on the back of Philip Lindberg. It wasn't even 3 seconds as I projected. It was 1.3 seconds as they came across the start-finish line. David Drew, I think, even left a little bit of an 11th there as he was weaving in the mirrors of Philip Lindberg. Goes around the outside at turn 10. We'll have to struggle for traction there, but he manages to find some. Now at the inside at T12. Nice and easy, breezing past in the Clausen-backed CLX Motorsport car. Lindberg tries to hold on, ends up in the gravel. He mercifully keeps the car in the right direction, but that's 5th place for David Drew.
David Drew through on his way, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some more green and maybe even purple sector times from David Drew now. Through and into that position of 5th place. Pit lane exit now. I did wonder, I didn't say this earlier on in the race.
I saw it too,
yeah. I think we both saw it, but we've just seen up on our screens a note about car number 11, pit lane exit under investigation, and I do wonder, Adam Weller, whether a little bit of an experience on the part of Zeno Falca, you know, new machinery, much bigger machinery than what he's used to. Did he cross the white line, the separation line, on the run down to turn 1 a little bit too early before they get to the solid line that runs across the width of the circuit that blends the cars back onto track?
It would be a little bit harsh, but it would be by the book. He had at least a couple of wheels crossing the very end of that white line at the end of pit exit, so they'll be doing the old JFK back into the left sequence at the moment to see what's going on with that one. We'll keep our eye on the timing screen for updates on that investigation. We are going to get our own opportunity to be amateur stewards and sleuths here as we get a replay here of that pit exit. Oh, that's a bit more cut and dry than it even looked on first viewing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought I didn't think it was a moment where I needed to go back to the opticians, but yeah, just to be safe on that one. Thank you to the replay team, but yeah, that's easily done. But for Zeno Falca, trying to get back into this race, just under investigation for now. But we'll see if there's any more of that coming further along the line in the next 12 and a bit minutes. Right now, though, Falca has got to deal with the pace of Daniel Nogales. You said that there was potentially some more pace to come from the Team Virage number 51, Adam, and here it is, a 1:38.931 last time around for Nogales. Has closed the gap to just over a solitary second, and it looks like the local team are going for it here. They want to be on that podium.
Yeah, absolutely right, and I'm not surprised to see Nogales pick up that speed as he settles into his first racing stint in an LMP3 car. Of course, that investigation hanging over the head of Zeno Falca, certainly a bit of a hindrance for him, but he will still want to hold on to this podium out on the road at the very least. Usually a pit stop related penalty is quite draconian. I wouldn't be shocked that if it were punished it would be something to the flavour of a drive-through penalty, but he needs to now keep that out of his head and focus on defending against Daniel Nogales. And it won't be too long, if these two start sparring, that David Drew ends up running in with a steel chair.
Indeed. It's 1:38.1 last time around for David Drew, and he's got to find 7 seconds to catch up to these two. And there's only 10.5 minutes to do so. Watching live coverage of the first race of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series here from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Andrew Mather and Adam Weller on commentary duties for you in Spain here this afternoon. Pictures brought to you by Alpha Live. Those clouds still looking a little bit ominous, but dry here, and long may that continue. We did have a wet qualifying this morning here at the host circuit of the Spanish Grand Prix. And Nogales' pace, well, I said he was closing, well, he is still closing in. It was 0.6 of a second last time around, but it seems to be almost in the same situation that we saw for Falke behind Philip Lindbergh earlier on in this race, Adam, where he's got the pace to catch, but right now hasn't got the pace to overhaul and overtake.
Yes, and I fear that the pace deficit between Falke and Nogales is far inferior to the pace deficit between Nogales and David Drew. And with 9.5 minutes of the race plus 1 lap left to go, and another 1.2 seconds taken out of the gap between Drew and Nogales last time by, I wouldn't put the house on David remaining in 5th place, let's put it that way. I wish I owned a house to make that bet with, but that's another problem. Zeno Falke in that 3rd position for now. Again, the penalty potentially is looming overhead. It's still under investigation for now. We saw a second viewing of that on the replay here on the live stream as well. It's a difficult case to plead, I would say, for Conrad Motorsport, but they will be pleading it as best they can, and while they are doing the litigation, it's going to be Zeno Falke doing the fighting, because Nogales is closing. He is looking faster, but it is again just, I think, getting to the gearbox of that teal and black Ligier that is going to be the biggest issue of all now for Daniel Nogales. And of course, Nogales, unlike Falke, has a lot of high downforce car experience from F4 and particularly in Euro Cup 3. So he's probably got a little more nous of how to manage this, and a lot more track experience here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya as well. So I think even Daniel will feel that he should do it. It's just a matter of can he?
Indeed, was a quick sight of David Drew, and on board now with the CLX Motorsport number 87, heading towards the little kink of turn 6 in this quite short braking zone, arguably one of the trickiest corners on the circuit, because you've got to carry so much speed through turn 7 to then reward yourself through 8, 9, all the way down to the next big stop at turn number 10. Championship points situation for David Drew. As things stand, Lawrence Ho would take sole ownership of 2nd place in the point standings overnight. But if David Drew can find his way past one of these 2 runners ahead of him, it would tie the CLX Motorsport squad up on points with Lawrence. The reason why John Brownson is not quite in that discussion is because he didn't score any points for the 2nd race at Aragon, where he didn't take part. If David Drew can find his way past both Nogales and Falke, it will be to the advantage of CLX. They'll have a 3-point advantage over Lawrence Ho with 1 race remaining in the series.
Yeah, Danny Sufi is looking likely to wrap this title up today. He's only 7 minutes plus 1 lap away from that. But unfortunately, as has often been the case for Danny this season, media coverage may be beckoning a little bit. Plenty of interviews with Izzy down onto the podium, of course, but it's been all the battling going on behind him so far in the Prototype Win Series, and that is what we're seeing in this battle for 3rd place. Here comes Daniel Nogales now. Best opportunity yet beckoning here. Later on the brakes into turn 5, tries to cut back to the inside, succeeds at doing so, but not a good enough run to continue the inside line through 6 and indeed 7. David Drew is licking the lips, but maybe with a little bit of trepidation baked in as well as he watches these 2 scrap. Nogales trying everything he can to get a good run out of each and every corner. And well, lads, you've been fighting for 3 turns. David Drew's on your back bumper now. Good luck.
Yeah, there was some good apex control from Falke in terms of keeping Nogales behind, but it's just allowed David Drew to close in. He tried his same trick that he pulled on Philip Lindbergh a few laps ago, but this time goes too deep through turn number 10. Has got to rebuild now and probably clean his tyres a little bit after that moment running wide. Is he going to have an opportunity once out of 13 and 14 for a run on Nogales down into turn number 1? This is for the final spot on the podium here this evening. David Drew got a good exit out of turn 14 there. This is also to tie up on points with Lawrence in the championship standings, but I don't think he's got the straight line speed there to be close enough to challenge the Team Virage 51 into turn 1.
Not quite yet, but I don't think this deck is going to stay in the same order. Expect shuffling in the next 5 minutes, plus a little bit extra in this race. For now, Falca holds on to that third position. No change in regard to the investigation looming over that number 11 car either. But that's the last of Daniel Nogales' concerns, and indeed the last of David Drew's concerns. A reminder that, again, CLX would need to win this race to extend the championship fight into Sunday. That is unlikely to happen, and even if it did, Danny Soufi would have to be the driver in 8th, or indeed non-finishing in the race, and that does not look likely to occur. Soufi is on the path to a championship, but all the same, for CLX Motorsport, for David Drew and indeed Quentin Joseph, getting themselves closer to Lawrence Hur and John Brownson in the standings at the end of this race is critical. 5th will do a decent amount for them, but 3rd would certainly be optimal going into Sunday in that battle for 2nd in the points.
Indeed, title line there from David Drew through the right-hand hairpin. Got a bit of traffic to deal with as well in a short while. It's going to be the number 44 of Joachim Schaefer. That might hold Falca up a little bit here. It's not going to let him get off of turn 14 particularly quickly. And here comes Nogales. This is the chance for Nogales that he's been looking for the past 5 or 6 laps, and he's through. Bit of bad luck on the part of Falca, and through goes the home favourite. And here comes David Drew as well to the outside. For turn 1, they're going to be side by side. Falca shuts the door, but good reading of the road ahead of him there by Daniel Nogales. Team Barrage up onto the podium.
And now David Drew looking for 4th place as well. Zeno Falca will feel like the carpet has been swept from underneath him here. David Drew at turn 4 gets it done nice and easy for the driver of the CLX 87. Zeno will now be crossing a finger and hoping that Nogales and David start to fight each other. But 2 places lost in half a lap for Zeno Falca. That is not the lap that he needed. Jochen Schäfer didn't really do anything wrong there. He was driving his own race, staying on line as he's supposed to. It was just arguably the worst place on this entire circuit to catch lap traffic.
Yeah, and I fully agree with that summary of what we saw there from all 4 cars involved. And oh dear, did that just get a little bit worse? Drive-through penalty for car number 11 crossing the pit lane exit line, as we thought might be the case. Adam, talk about bad laps. You lost 2 positions through no fault of your own, and now a drive-through penalty. Will they have enough time? It's going to be close actually as to whether Philip Lindberg's able to close back in. It's a 25-second gap between Falca and Lindberg, who's going to see now, or probably even told by the team already, that they need to come and serve that drive-through. So that's good in a way. Penalties has come in, they've understood it, get it served as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely right. So then Danny Soufi leads this race with 2 minutes effectively left to go. Soufi on the path to the championship here in the Prototype Winter Series. Meanwhile, Philip Lindberg here under immense pressure from Mattias Bjerre-Jakobsen. They will watch Zeno Falca come out just ahead of them, as Jakobsen is now looking to try and move into 6th place. Around the outside at the first corner. Cheekily done, young sir. Past his countryman he goes, Dane on Dane, and it is Mattias Bjerre-Jakobsen that moves into 6th position. He may well have a go at Zeno Falca before the end of the race as well. Mattias Bjerre-Jakobsen's tyres will be fully in operating window, and of course Zeno Falca has just cruised through the pits in the Conrad Motorsport car. 2 laps left to go for Danny Soufi. A championship is waiting in the wings for him.
Absolutely, and it's been another imperious performance from Danny Soufi here today. It's battle for 3rd place, and that last spot on the podium isn't done either between David Drew and Daniel Nogales. The CLX Motorsport team are back into a championship position where they'd be tied on points with Lawrence Hur overnight, but remember, Lawrence Hur does have that race win on his scorecard so far this season, so to retake 2nd place in the live standings, Drew needs to find a way past Nogales here. Only got another really good run out of turn 14. Nogales is going to go defensive into turn 1. Drew's going to try and do it around the outside into turn 1. Brilliant stuff from David Drew, but has he run too deep? Can he control the apex speed on turn 2? Yes, he can. Great fight here from CLX Motorsport and David Drew. Great work from Quinton Joseph as well to not lose too much time. They have fought their way since the pit stop window from 6th place. They're now on the podium.
David Drew doing exactly why he is so well regarded as an LMP3 driver, showcasing again that he can be the quickest man out there on any given day. He's up into 3rd place, and that will be a measure of satisfaction for the team, for his cohort Quinton Joseph, even though we know it's not going to be enough, of course, to take the championship away from Danny Soufi, who now begins what will be his final lap as a one-time Prototype Winter Series champion, so long as he gets to the checkered flag. The vice champion last year as well in Prototype Cup Germany for Conrad Motorsport, taking that momentum from the Prototype Winter Series title into his summer campaign. He is again on the verge of winning the Prototype Winter Series. Last year, he did it in less than satisfying conditions. He was sat in the garage waiting for confirmation as to whether his race would be cancelled or not, and it was. Therefore, he won the championship while sat on a folding chair. That is not going to be the case this time around, but what has been the case, even more so than 2024, Andrew, has been sheer dominance from Soufi. As of the end of this lap, it will be 6 from 7 for him.
And, you know, the race, the second race at Aragon, it wasn't that he put a foot wrong, it was simply a more experienced driver beat him on the day. It has been a superb run from Estoril all the way through this championship for Danny Soufi, and he's done the job again. He arguably got this race won in the first half. Before that pit stop window, he merged out of that pit stop window on top. Round turn 13, round 14 again. It's going to be victory once again for Conrad Motorsport.
Danny Soufi and Conrad Motorsport have done it again. The Conrad Motorsport team win the race and win the 2025 Prototype Winter Series. Soufi continues to etch his name into the record books of this series and put himself up the order, up the establishment of must-have LMP3 drivers in the European scene. David Drew will cross the line in 3rd place. Lawrence Herr has already crossed the line in 2nd for he and John Brownson to take a little bit out of David Drew and Quinton Joseph's advantage in the point standings. However, with 18 points for Herr and Brownson with 15 for Drew and Quinton Joseph, it won't be quite the gain that we anticipated when Drew was down in 6th place. Nogales finishes in 4th place. Zino Ferret Falca, despite the drive-through penalty, should be in 5th, but actually we should look at the final couple of corners because Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen wasn't a million miles back. I think yes, there goes Bjerre-Jacobsen just through shot. I think, yes, Falca is still ahead of him. So Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen didn't quite get any further positions, but he does take home 6th. Philip Lindberg will cross the line in 7th. And then the only driver who's a few laps down is Jochen Schäfer, who will be across the line shortly. There he is coming through the last corner. Now I thought for a minute he'd been back into the pit lane, but he hasn't, thankfully. All the same, he reaches the checkered flag in 8th place for KC2 Racing. Great to welcome a new team and indeed a new driver into the Prototype Winter Series for this last weekend of the year. But it's certainly not a new scenario for the top step of the podium. It's going to go to Conrad Motorsport. It's going to be Danny Soufi on the top step. It's going to be Danny Soufi that greets Izzy Browning down there in the pit lane. And for Conrad, for the hard-working team down there, for Soufi, for Franz Conrad himself, for Dan Ort and the rest of the team down there in the Conrad Motorsport garage. Of course, they've got a bit more workload this weekend, but with the two cars both having strong races and with Danny Soufi winning the championship, any extra exertion, I'm sure, is more than rewarded with this feeling. They will watch Sufi, they will watch their American superstar climb out of the car as a two-time prototype Winter Series champion. Lawrence Hurt with his biggest challenge of the day, just squeezing between the wall and the back of the Ligier there. Second place for him in his Duqueine D08. Of course, that makes it a streak of 2 podiums in a row for him, and with the assistance this time of John Brownson in the first stint. Out of the car comes Danny Sufi. He is a 2-time prototype Winter Series champion. The formal presentations of that trophy will not be until Sunday, but for now, he knows he has done enough. Quentin Joseph and David Drew will be happy with their efforts in the race. I think they came into the race expecting the title to finally definitively escape their grasp today. And so a third position finish is still enough to be satisfied with. A wry smile, a satisfied smile on Danny Sufi. The CLX team having a chat with him as well. Marcus Schreiber, the physician for everyone in the Winter Series, giving his congratulations as well. I know Danny's been racing through some neck issues in recent times, and he's been getting some fixing up from our friend at the garage there in the chiropractor ward, let's call it, from Marcus Schreiber. So Quentin Joseph and David Drew will be on a 3-point advantage over DKR Engineering going into Sunday. So vice champion or runner-up status in the standings, still very much up for grabs between DKR Engineering and CLX Motorsport. Those two will be separated by just the 3 points, as we said. It'll be 114 points for CLX, 111 points for DKR Engineering. So that battle is going to be a compelling one on Sunday. But on Saturday, Izzy, we can congratulate our new, well, the same prototype Winter Series champion.
We can indeed. They're literally just having the debrief. France just arriving as we came down to the pit lane. That is okay, no problem at all. Danny Sufi, our race winner, and of course, a 2-time prototype Winter Series champion. How good does that sound?
Sounds pretty good. Another checkbox for the Wikipedia page. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed the race. Snuck away from the start, so it was just more of a consistency run at that point. Really enjoyed it, and I just really enjoyed the series. It's been an absolute blast. But a massive thank you to the entire team, to France for giving me the opportunity, and Mike for always giving me an amazing car, Paul, Daniel, Martin, Joseph, all them. It's been an absolute pleasure being here.
From day one in Estoril, a lot of your competitors around the paddock were saying that you were the one to watch, but just how you've done it has been so impressive. You've been so dominant all season. Of course, there was the winning streak for quite a while up until Aragon last weekend, and to seal it again today with a win that was in true Danny Sufi fashion, so dominant, so comfortable, must mean a hell of a lot.
Absolutely. It means a lot to me as well, just because you know, all the hard work that I put in training, trying to be the best driver I can be. I always feel like there's something more to work on. I was already thinking about that during this race, so no, it's been good. I feel good, and I'm thankful.
Already thinking about improving, but definitely can enjoy it. What do you feel has given you that extra edge this year that you've just talked about?
For the last year, well, for the last 3 years, I've been training at iZone Driver Performance, and their program, their curriculum, everything that they do to train their drivers, you know, it's exactly what everyone should be doing if you want to win. And they touch all aspects, but most importantly, just being diligent, being disciplined with everything that I do in life, I think, you know, just adds to that belief. And when you have that belief, then it just kind of fixes everything else. So.
Well, it's clearly worked. I know you've got a lot of friends and family that watch you at home. Obviously, you are from America, a long way to come over to Europe. If I remember this rightly, Harris Hill Raceway is a lot of people watching from there. How much does this mean to you to bring that to them and to bring it home?
Well, first and foremost, massive thank you to my parents. I would not be here without them. They've invested a lot for me to be here and made a lot of sacrifices, so I'm really appreciative of them. And to everyone back home at Harris Hill Raceway, they're actually racing this weekend Champ Cars, so hello, and thank you to them. Part of the reason why I got my start so young, even though I didn't do karting, was just because of Harris Hill Raceway and their owner letting me drive a proper car at 8 years old. So that early start really gave me an edge, and everyone there has helped me so much, so I'm really appreciative of it.
Final question then, championship sealed on a Saturday. You got to seal it on the road this time as opposed to last year. So pressure's off for tomorrow. Just go out there and have some fun?
I won't treat it any differently. Okay. Yeah, I'm here to have fun, here to win, and we're gonna see if we can make up a few positions. Not the best quali in Q2 this morning, but we're gonna try and fix it.
All right, well, congratulations. Enjoy the podium. A little bit extra probably today. Our two-time Prototype Winter Series champion, Danny Soufi.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Yeah, two-time Danny Soufi. Great effort from the young American as we look back at his title-winning race. It was a Conrad Motorsport front row with Zino Ferret-Falke starting alongside Danny Soufi. But the German racer would be rather inhaled by Philipp Lindberg and Geronimo Gomez. It would be Lindberg in second place early on. Gomez trying to find a way past for Team Virage as well, but third place would be the position early doors for Zino Ferret-Falke, and Philipp Lindberg would set about making his car exceedingly wide. Quentin Joseph found himself getting overtaken by John Brownson for fifth place further back in the order. But that was all a little bit too close at times almost between Philipp Lindberg and Zino Ferret-Falke, getting very, very close indeed as Danny Soufi drove away. Some lap traffic to contend with for Lindberg, but he managed that very nicely as he continued to try desperately to keep the Conrad Motorsport Ligier at bay, but it was never more than a second behind the high-class racing machine. It was Ligier on Ligier action, and coming out of turn 14, a great run from Zino Ferret-Falke with about 20 minutes of the race completed, handed third, in fact second position to him. Zino Ferret-Falke with a wink and a peace sign, and then unfortunately a stall as he came out of the pit lane. While that was going on, Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen was getting a little bit in the way on his outlap for Philipp Lindberg. Lindberg was a little bit frustrated, I think, at the wheel, but Bjerre-Jacobsen soon strode away. That was the stall for Zino Ferret-Falke, and then coming out of the pits, he also made a bit of a faux pas crossing the pit line. Not the best pit stop, unfortunately, for Zino, but it was, I believe, his first ever pit stop in racing conditions. And he was doing some camera work as well, so it's understandable. Danny Soufi made his way back out onto the circuit with a comfortable lead. Meanwhile, Lawrence Hur came back out in second place. John Brownson put in a very, very good stint indeed to work himself and Lawrence Hur up into that second place with the pit stop handicap helping them out. Philipp Lindberg got overtaken by Nogales, who took over the Team Virage car, and then it was David Drew's turn around the outside of the number 20 machine. A good effort there from the high-class racing driver to try and hold his ground. A little bit of a mistake coming out of turn 12, trying to pursue David Drew, but he would recover from that nicely. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen was working his way towards a sixth place finish for he and Wolfgang Peyer. Meanwhile, Zino Ferret-Falke was under pressure from David Drew. He was under pressure from David Nogales as well. And it was at one point 3 wide. Lap traffic getting in the way of Zino Ferret-Falke, and that allowed Nogales and David Drew to strike in a sequence that was very unfortunate for the 11 car. It was a sequence that would end not just here at turn 4 with David Drew outbraking the number 11, but then a drive-through penalty for good measure, unfortunately. Around the outside of the number 20 went Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen as he continued to press on in the Racing Experience car. David Drew found his way into third place there around the outside of Nogales, but Danny Soufi crossed the line, well clear of the field. A classic Danny Soufi win in the Prototype Winter Series. Second position going the way of Lawrence Herr along with John Brownson. Third place for David Drew and Quentin Joseph for CLX Motorsport. Nogales along with Gomez finishing fourth. Zeno Ferret-Falca fifth despite the penalty. Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen takes sixth. Philip Lindberg taking P7 out there on the circuit, and Jürgen Schäfer rounding out the order in our first Prototype Winter Series race of the weekend. We have crowned a new champion, and we can now hand out some trophies with Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Adam. Great summary of the race there in our first run of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. Let's first of all welcome out onto the podium your team in third place in LMP3 for CLX Motorsport. Please give a big hand for Quentin Joseph and David Drew. In second place in the first race of the weekend, please welcome from DKR Engineering the team of John Brownson and Lawrence Herr. And your race winner for the 6th time this season and retaining his Prototype Winter Series title, your race winner and your champion-elect, please welcome from Conrad Motorsport, Danny Soufi. Big thanks to our trophy presenters for the Prototype Winter Series, Anna and Jan from the team, the organisational team behind GEDLICH Racing, and of course, once again, our race director, our track director here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, Mr. Jose Luis Santamaria. Big thank you once again to our drivers. We look forward to seeing race 2 of the Prototype Winter Series, the final race of the season tomorrow. For now, though, more action out on track. GT Winter Series is next.
And the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya is currently echoing to the fabulous sounds of a 25-plus car GT Winter Series grid. We've unfortunately had a few withdrawals in the early stage of this event on the Thursday, Friday. Our well wishes to Mikael Jus, who was meant to be here with a Porsche 992 GT3R, but he's under the weather at the moment, so we're missing that car. We're missing a couple of others that we've withdrawn for various reasons as well, but still a very, very strong grid exceeding 25 cars in the GT Winter Series, and there are a lot of heavy-hitting GT3 machines at the sharp end of the field. For Moritz Viskirchen, the #1 car who starts on pole position, so far, he's done everything right. They have to try and reel in the current points leaders, Cristiano Mathiel and Rui Aguas. Rui will not be racing, of course, until race 3, so it's Cristiano Mathiel for the first 2 races, and it is Mathiel who is second within the Cup 1 class at the moment. In fact, I think that is Mathiel just now heading out onto the circuit in the 50 car. But Mathiel, all the same, 14th on the grid here, but critically second among the Cup 1 cars. In the GT Winter Series, the class order is what determines the overall championship. So if Viskirchen can try and score maximum points in today's race, that would be a big blow in favour of SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm. SR Motorsport sit on 144 points at the moment. It's 158 points for Mathiel and Aguas. There are 60 points available this weekend. The top 3 are covered by 14 points. The top 4 are covered by 16 points. Autosport Racing's Ruffini and Pavlovich are second in the standings on 150. Let's go down to the sharp end of the grid though, because Izzy Browning is ready to talk us through the field. The GT Winter Series race is just a few minutes away.
I am indeed, Adam, on the grid for the final time today for the first race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. And as Adam has already said, it will be Maurice Viskersen on pole position, just waiting for that car to roll in now. And I'm keen to speak to Kenneth Heyer, although I said to Kenneth, oh, I might want to come and have a chat. And he said, oh, I might run away then. Jokingly with me, but I will go and have a little chat with him in a minute because, of course, as Adam has said, they are trying to reel in Cristiano Maciel and Rui Aguas for the championship. Kenneth is talking to one of the engineers, but I might see if I can just pat him on the back and grab a chat. Kenneth, well, you said you might run away, but you didn't, so that's always good. You guys trying to obviously reel in this championship. I mean, Moritz has done everything that he needed to, putting it on pole position. What are you thinking? Because also, we've got some ominous looking clouds, don't we?
Yeah, let's see. The weather forecast is not predictable, so we are waiting on it. Yeah, we'll do the same like the other guys in the front. I think it's a good solution to do the same tires like everyone. It's a bit of a gamble because we cannot risk so much, and looking forward to the championship decision. Yeah, Moritz did a good job. We had a very late driver change, so that he starts today. So it was a good choice until now. So yeah, let's see first corner and then the pre-corner, third, second. If we get it done good, and then let's see what the race will bring.
And what do you think about the Aston alongside you? Obviously, you're in the Mercedes. What do you think around this circuit? Where do you think the car's going to be strongest?
Oh, the Aston is a very strong GT3 car. For sure, we have an old car. It's in the 7th year now, so yeah. From that point of view, I think the advantages are a bit on the Aston. Depends a bit on the BOP, yes. But they did a good job all the weekends. Now, even in the rain, they were very fast. So it's not very helpful for us when it's raining or it's dry. So let's keep focused and yeah, look on the points and yeah, we will see.
All right, thanks for speaking to us, Kenneth. Go and enjoy the race. Great to speak to Kenneth. I haven't actually had a chat with him for quite a while, so great to catch up with him and hear his thoughts. Of course, alongside them will be at the number 700 of Kobe Powers. Now, they were in Valencia with us, but haven't seen them since, so great to welcome them back onto the grid, and of course starting on the front row once again. Door being closed, so I won't go and jump in with Kobe, but we'll continue back because we've got a couple of new drivers. As Adam said, stacked field in the GT Winter Series in Barcelona. Always fantastic to see so many cars on our grid, but a couple of cars that we've had throughout the season but have changed drivers. So for example, this car alongside me now, the number 8, was of course Luca Engsler and Jonas Karklist previously. We have now got a different driver in that car, and that will be Dante Repagne. So great to welcome him onto our grid for the first time, and a very similar story in the car alongside, and that's the number 14 that previously was Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch, and this time out it's going to be Leo Pichler in the car instead. Now, Leo previously raced with us in the GT4 Winter Series, but now in the GT Winter Series, and him and Simon Birch will be competing a full-time season later on in the year. So great learning for them. Great to have a great thumbs up from Leo there in the car. Great to have them on the grid, and this Porsche has gone very well. Both Simon and Leo, quick drivers, and the heavens have just opened, boys. So it has just come down quite significantly, actually. That felt very sudden. Cameraman Joe is going to have to go and put on a rain jacket, I reckon, because it's literally just come down quite suddenly and then seemed to ease a little bit. But no, it's definitely raining down here. So for these guys that are on slick tyres, that could be very interesting. But as Kenneth said to me, of course, they have to do what the others do on the front row with them, and that was everybody putting on the slick tyres, because of course when they came to the grid it was dry, but it is now raining, so we'll see if this rain gets any heavier in this race. It could be a race that's important on which tyres you're on coming up now.
Well, that news, that weather forecast from Izzy down there on the grid points to a rather more dramatic race, and we're already expecting quite a dramatic one to begin with. Moritz Viskirchen will be our pole sitter for this race. A good qualifying from him to best Kobe Powell, I should say, for second place. Liquid Moly Team Enxler don't have a registered driver on my screen at the moment, but I think it will be not Luke Renksler in the car for this first race at the very least. Leo Pichler in 4th position in the number 14. Simon Orange in the 67 in 5th position. In 6th place it is Giuliano Holzem, the Invitational Class BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Carrie Schreiner is next. She is alongside the Aston Martin of Adrian Richney in his Pro Sport Racing car. Alfredo Hernandez with a strong qualifying session. He is 9th in the standings, although I believe they've moved all the GT3 cars forward ahead of the others. Jerzy Spinkovic is 10th on the grid in his Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Shota Abkazava is 11th in the standings alongside Jaden Kelly, the Cup 3 class entrant in his McLaren entry. 13th on the grid, Eric Chung in his Ferrari 296 Challenge. That car always quick off the line. Ditto Cristiano Mathiel car. From that far back, they won't likely interrupt the GT3s at the sharp end, though. Hubert Darmetko, the first of the Cup 2 Porsches, lining up 15th alongside John Dillon in the 151 car. Fabian Di Bianca in the 17th position. That young man, a teenager who has got a lot of hype behind him down at PTT. Daniel Del Favero in his Ferrari 296 Challenge lines up 18th. Then it's Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury, who took his debut win in just his second race within the Cup 2 class. Second ever race, I hasten to add, alongside Jakob Twarog on that row. 21st, Alberto Di Martin in the GT2 spec car. Andreas Sorensen behind him. In 23rd position, it is Alvaro Ramos. He is alongside Alessia Raffini on row 12. Then row 13 of the grid, Mons Thalin alongside Darren Howell, bringing us down to 26th. So a little adjustment has been made with the GT Winter Series, as you've maybe clocked that the GT3 cars are separate on the grid from the others, and that also means now they are separated on the formation lap as well. So the Cup cars kind of have their own start, if you will, and that does alleviate some of the, shall we say, carbon fibre endangerment of the run down to the first corner as the quicker Cup cars intervene with the GT3s. It's a bit like the GT500s and the GT300s in Super GT racing now with this split start, and I'm okay with that personally. Moritz Viskirchen and Kobe Powells then will lead the GT3s away. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, and it's a very good start by the looks of it from Moritz Viskirchen, but Powell's just drawing alongside, drawing ahead even into the first corner. Does he get that stopped? Amazingly, yes! A huge snap of oversteer, under braking into the first corner, and yet it is still Cub Powell's that leads the way in the Aston Martin from ComTU Racing. It's Lamborghinis at the front among the Cup drivers. The Cup 4 class Lambos will lead them away. A good starting position for Jaden Kelly, though, the pro in the Cup 3 entry. He's alongside the 150 car there, or rather the 50 car, that being Cristiano Mathiel. Some more fighting and looking for positions further back. The GT2 of Alberto Di Martin getting into some scraps back there as well, but two clean runs through the first couple of corners at least. But Moritz Viskirchen has lost out there to Kobe Powell, and that is going to be a big factor, of course, in the championship. They need to be scoring maximum points pretty much every time to have any hope of winning this title.
They do indeed, but full credit to everybody out there in these mixed conditions, a little bit of rain out there on track, that everybody made it round the first corner. There's a little bit of a look there from the Conrad Motorsports. Lamborghini is off, is one of the PTT Porsches. I think that's Hubert Darmetko in the number 7. Yes, it is. In that's one of the Cup 2 runners. That was one of your front-running
Cup 2 entries at the very start of this race. So, yeah, maybe there is a little bit of rain out there. We're right on the edge of a system at the moment. As are we going to a yellow? Yeah, safety car boards are out at the end of lap 1. We would assume for the recovery of Hubert Domecko's number 7 PTT Racing Porsche.
Probably for the best to make that decision. Of course, for those at the tail end of the GT3 order, this is a bit of a kick in the teeth, because those Cup cars, those Lamborghinis, those Ferraris that have now been separated away at the start of races are suddenly going to be right on the back of them again, which could be a little bit dramatic going down into turn 1 for the likes of Hernandez and the driver in 8th, Adrian Richny. It's Shota Abkazava who crosses the line as the Cup 4 leader, so he got the better of Jerzy Spinkovic on the first lap. Eric Chung crosses the line as the leader in Cup 1, and it's Fabien Di Bianca who is leading Cup 2 on his GT Racing debut. He's a 2-time champion in the Suzuki Swift European Series, which is effectively the Ginetta Junior kind of equivalent for those of you based in the UK. It's the kind of Central European mainstay of junior racing, and he's already a 2-time champ coming in there, not yet 16 years old. And the PTT Racing team have gone to great lengths all year long, all season long. They've been telling me, you wait till Fabian arrives, it's going to be exciting. Domecko being recovered, and I understand we can now get a replay here of the start. This is the GT3 getaway, and Corba Powles did a very good job there of keeping that car in a straight line.
Keeping it in a straight line and making sure it didn't over-rotate by the time they got down to turn 1. It was a similar story across the Cup categories. Several drivers, particularly the 150 there, looking a little bit deep. Alvaro Ramos in one of the Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. But everybody got round. Unfortunately for Hubert Domecko, it's down at turn 5. You saw there that the number 7's race would finish for PTT Racing. Is a bit of a blow in their hopes in the Cup category. 4 runners in the Cup category still out there on circuit, so they will take a little bit of a points hit. But 26 minutes of this race to go under safety car. Corba Powles there at the front of the field in that beautifully liveried Aston Martin Vantage, with Conti Racing operating that one this weekend. In these conditions though, Adam, I would keep an eye on 4th place, Simon Orange in the McLaren 720S, because in those tricky conditions 6 days ago at Aragon, that car, albeit in the hands of Marcus Clutton in the good part of that race, but the bedrock that they had, the car underneath them, the McLaren's abilities to get its tyres to switch on was very good in those cold conditions 6 days ago. So and we saw from Simon Orange at this part of the weekend at Aragon. He's got some good race pace, he's got some very strong race pace, and he can make an overtake or two.
Absolutely right, yeah. Great to speak to Simon Orange, actually. I think that interview might go out at some point on Sunday, but he was really glowing about his first experience in the GT Winter Series as well. He was very, very happy, and of course a very busy man between his dozens of business operations. I'm only barely exaggerating on that front, but he said that effectively, if there's any way that I can make it work, I can do the full GT Win Series season in 2025, I'm gonna. Very, very much enjoying the opportunity to start his year with some racing a little earlier than the European, the English climate typically allows. Of course, the Southern European climate a little bit more graceful in that direction. Even in January, when we start off in Estoril and Portimao, sometimes we've got very nice temperatures indeed for our cars and drivers. So it's Corba Powles that leads the way, Viskirchen second, Dante Rapange in 3rd place in his Liqui Moly Team X, the Lamborghini. So it is Dante at the wheel for this first race, somewhat as anticipated. Orange 4th, Leo Pichler in 5th. Watch out for Leo. Safety car in this lap, but yes, I'll labour that point a couple of times. Pichler, watch out for him. Giuliano Holtzum, Watch out for him as we get this race back underway. Those two a little bit out of position owing to the wet qualifying. I expect them to be podium hunting.
Absolutely. A bit of news as well before we get this race back underway, that there is one driver under investigation for a start procedure infringement, that being the 214 of Jakob Traorog for Force Racing and their Porsche 992. That's one of the Cup 2 runners, currently third in Cup 2 and 22nd overall, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one little footnote, but hopefully that investigation, for the sake of Force Racing, doesn't yield too much drama. For now, Kuba Powles will be watching the rear view mirror, and it looks like he might have decided to go already. Safety car is well clear of them. It'll be back into the pit lane long before they get there, so Kuba has pulled the pin early, and this is now frustrating for Leo Pichler because he seems to have a bit more pace there than Simon Orange through 13 and 14, but he's having to wait his turn. Now tries to get the best run possible coming out of the 14th corner, and Pichler in the slipstream now of Orange. The top three should remain in the same position. Simon Orange going defensive here into turn one. Pichler a bit later on the brakes. Of course, it's his first time racing with us in that car. Shota Abkazava defending the Cup 4 lead there as well from Jerzy Spinkovic. And Cup 4 is where we find one of the drivers, of course, with a shot at the championship this weekend. But for Alessio Ruffini, it's going to be a steep cliff to climb because he's 25th overall, and therefore he has 13 cars between himself and the other Cup 4 Lamborghinis, and the best he can do with just 3 cars in class is score 14 points. So it's going to take misfortunes and frankly DNFs for Mafiel and Aguas, for the SR Motorsport Mercedes of Kenneth Heyer and Moritz Viskirchen, for them to really do anything about the championship win this weekend.
Yeah, especially with the likes of Viskirchen up in second place within that GT3 category, and Maciel also doing well. So we'll talk about the bounce back ability of some teams as that's looking close into turn number 9. Was that, I think that was the Alfredo Fernandez is down the inside. This is for 4th place. Round the outside goes Pichler, so you're set to keep an eye on him. Back comes Simon Orange. Has another little go at the Porsche and the Invitational BMW. So again, this a good pace in that McLaren 720S. Through goes Holtzum into 5th place past Pichler there in the Porsche. Good stuff, this.
A great demonstration of Simon Orange's racecraft there. He is a bronze driver, but he's a bronze driver who's already won a lot of championships in the UK, and seems to be really getting his head around the Evo Spec McLaren 720S GT3, which caused him and the team some troubles in the early stages of the introduction of that kit. He remains ahead of Giuliano Holtzum and Leo Pichler for the time being. Jerzy Spinkovic gets himself back into the lead in Cup 4 for Unique Racing. The driver who competed in the Pro class of last year's Lamborghini Super Trofeo, getting past the LC Cup champion from last year within Super Trofeo Europe. As here comes Holtzum. Orange took a wide entry into the corner there, but that's allowed the door to move ajar a little bit for Giuliano Holtzum. Holtzum, of course, has the outside line now for turn 5. A little bit of a hip check there from Simon Orange. It's a very, very wide McLaren indeed. He's holding on just about for now, but surely the Schubert car now has the inside for 7. Yes, it does. Giuliano Holtzum up into 4th position, 3rd position it should be, as a matter of fact, and Leo Pichler might have a way through too if he's getting a good run out of this corner.
You can see the close proximity of the Porsche there on the rear view camera of the McLaren. Simon Orange won't be concentrating on that. He'll be concentrating on his braking zone into turn 10. Has he run a little bit too deep? But no, the McLaren's good in this part of the circuit. Stays ahead of the Porsche, and look out for Carrie Schreiner there, as well as Simon Orange has got the back end of the McLaren 720S out there. Still 19 minutes of this race to go, drivers, and with slides like that, they're going to be doing well to get to the end of it. Very quick note, Hernandez falling down the order. That's the gold Mercedes that we saw being overtaken by the Super Trofeo Lamborghinis. We're back on board with Simon Orange. Holtzum has gone. Holtzum has darted down the road in that Invitational, the newer version of the BMW M4 GT3. They also keep an eye on Adrian Trisny there in the Aston Martin Vantage. That's the Pro Sport Racing prepared one. As on the move as well, Eric Chung for AF Corsa.
He's trying to defend. Actually, no, he did. He got past Jaden Kelly on the long straight and then had to try and get the car stopped. A word to Jaden Kelly, though, who really is showing what that McLaren can do when it's untethered. We haven't seen a pro driver in that car in a sprint race at all this season. Ollie Webber's, of course, been in the grid, but he's never been driving solo like we're seeing here. And we are getting to now see what the 17-year-old Australian Jaden Kelly can do. A race winner in last year's McLaren Trophy, as Simon Orange continues to face pressure now from Leo Pichler. As you said, Carrie Schreiner and Adrian Richney not far behind either.
Not too far behind at all. Simon Orange just holds to driver's left a little bit there to ward off any attempts from Pichler to go down the inside into turn 10, because once again this is the part of the circuit where the 720S likes to sing, likes to generate its lap time, and Pichler's just got to be patient right now. Has maybe got to focus on an exit out of turn 14, takes a tighter line through 13, gets on the lights as well, trying every professional trick in the book, it would seem, to put Simon Orange off, but Simon Orange is wiser to that, and they stay in that order. Just to confirm as well that this is for 5th place. I think there was a bit of a transponder issue perhaps for Dante Rapinage in the Liqui-Moly Team Engstler Lamborghini, and that's still circulating out there. Quick sight of Shota Alcazava there as well in the second of those Super Trofeo Lamborghinis, as there is definite proof that the Liqui-Moly Team Engstler car is still running well. Had its problems at Aragon, but when it was running, boy oh boy was it running well. And right now Moritz Fischkirchen has got a lot to deal with if he wants to hold on to this 2nd place overall.
214 car has a drive-through penalty which is currently being served, so Jakob Twarog unfortunately did get judged to be in an incorrect starting position out there on the circuit. Of course, for Moritz Fischkirchen, this number 8 Lamborghini just behind him is not necessarily an adversary in terms of championship points, because it's a GT3 Pro Class car. What does that mean? Well, that means at least one of the drivers at the wheel is gold rated. Luca Engstler, who we'll see tomorrow, of course, in the 2nd sprint race, he is a gold rated driver, DTM star, DTM race winner last year, so he is a gold rated driver, thus the GT3 Pro classification on that car. Moritz Fischkirchen running then in 2nd position for now. He will remain 2nd in class if the Lamborghini gets past. However, again, even when you haven't got a, say, class battle, there is an element of shop windowing here in the GT Winter Series for Fischkirchen, proving that you can hold places against drivers in well-sorted cars like that Liqui-Moly Team Engstler Lamborghini. It all means something. It all impresses a bystander somewhere, and if that bystander has the right connections, who knows where that might get you. Simon Orange, I must say, is impressing me immensely in 4th position. Yes, Giuliano Holtzum has cleared off, but Orange has been doing a great job of holding on to the position against Leo Pichler, who we've seen in the GT4 Win Series as an overall race winner previously. A huge amount of experience in GT4 and Cup cars, Porsches. I don't think he's done much in a GT3. I did mean to ask him if it was his first time in a GT3, but regardless, Leo is a very well regarded and very well-rounded silver driver that we would expect to be very quick indeed. But Simon Orange is getting the elbows out, making the McLaren wider than the homologation suggests it should be, and keeping 4th overall.
Yes, indeed. A bit of news further down the order. There's been changes in Cup 2 as Mons Thalin has got through past both Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury for 2nd place in class and 20th place overall. Thalin has also got past Alessio Ruffini. That is not a Cup 2 car, that's a Cup 4 car. That's one of the Lamborghini Super Trofeos. So good progress there for Mons Thalin and Willico Motorsport.
Yep, Villico Motorsport 4th in the overall point standings on 144, comfortably leading the Cup 2 classification in the championship points. But Again, they've only got 5 cars in class. They have less scoring potential than Viskirchen, and higher, less scoring potential than the Cup 1 leading car and the overall championship leading Aguas and Maciel. Pichler getting a little bit tripped up there by Simon Orange, a little bit of corner speed advantage for the Porsche, but not able to utilize it because Simon was parking his car exactly where he needed to, and that means that the straight line down to turn 1, Pichler isn't able to draw alongside, remains behind, remains frustrated for another lap. And while Simon is clearly not quite on the same 1 lap speed as Leo Pichler, we should bear in mind he's got the likes of Carrie Schreiner behind him, and Carrie isn't on his rear bumper along with Leo Pichler. Carrie is a vastly experienced driver, and again, Simon showing what he can do pace-wise by defending against Leo and leaving Carrie a little bit further behind.
It's a really good performance again from Simon Orange and his team. JMH running that McLaren. We just had a quick sight there a few seconds ago of Cristiano Maciel moving through past Alfredo Hernandez. That's for 13th place overall, as Pichler's got an opportunity here potentially to get through turn 9, and the brave resistance of Simon Orange has been broken. Through goes Pichler into 5th place overall. That is, of course, a change on the podium in GT3 as well. So up to 3rd place in class goes the Razzoon Modern Racing Porsche, and now we'll get to see what kind of clear air pace Leo Pichler has.
Critically, in that situation you mentioned with Mathiel, he's still within a second of Eric Chung as well, or just over a second back from Eric Chung, with Jaden Kelly in the McLaren Artura Trophy kind of in the middle, playing the middle ground in that situation. So that is going to be critical as well, because of course a 20-point haul for the championship leaders, Mathiel and Rui Aguas, will be critical for them and extend their championship lead over Moritz Viskirchen. The overall title cannot be won today in any circumstances. However, it is a step forward every time the championship leader outscores the rest, of course. Here is Eric Chung. There is the McLaren of Jaden Kelly. Cristiano Mathiel should have the pace advantage. This is further back. This is John Dillon defending against Andres Berg Sorensen, as they both make light work of the Grupo Prom by BDR competition. Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo doesn't quite look like that car's hooked up for Alfredo Hernandez in this race. John Dillon moving through into 15th overall, but it's the 2 red Ferraris a little further ahead here. The second of the red Ferraris there, just going through shot, was critical. Chung, Kelly and Mathiel just heading towards turn 5 now. That is the battle to watch. That is the Cup 1 lead. There they are, Cup 1 lead with a Cup 3 McLaren playing middle ground at this stage at the moment. Jaden Kelly, the 17-year-old Australian, really showing the potential of the Artura Trophy.
And full credit to AF Corsa as a team as well. And I know it should be said that anything that AF Corsa don't know about Ferrari 296 challenges probably isn't worth knowing. But yeah, that car exited Aragon with a significant amount of damage on its front right corner 6 days ago. You wouldn't have guessed it. My goodness me, Cristiano, that was a bit of a moment out of turn number 9. But he's clearly pushing. There's clearly a lot of pace in that number 50. And the good news for Maciel this weekend, more runners again in Cup 1. So the potential for points is higher with winning and doing well in races than they had 1 week ago.
Yeah, he'll want to get past that McLaren, and of course the main straight is the place to be doing that against the McLaren, which has a little bit less power than the Ferrari 296 Challenge. Once he gets to the rear of Eric Chung, if Jaden Kelly allows him to get there, it's going to be a different set of circumstances entirely. Now watch how quick the second of the Ferraris in this picture is versus the McLaren just ahead. Closing. Not quite as much as it would be against a GT3 car, because the Artura Trophy is a little more slippery, but all the same the Ferrari is so impressive in a straight line, and that's what allows Andreas Berg Sorensen also past Alfredo Hernandez for 16th overall. While all of that is going on, Kobe Powles continues to lead the race by 6.6 seconds now over Moritz Viskirchen, the ComTU Racing driver, doing a great job out there on circuit. The driver who has driven here before in TCR competition, actually holds the TCR lap record around this circuit in this configuration. And Powles is on the move at the moment. Best lap of 42.326. He is going well and doing everything right at the sharp end for ComTU Racing.
Absolutely. He's continuing to turn the pace around. Let's have a look at a replay. I think this is how we lost Darmetko. No, it's not. This was elsewhere on the circuit. It was contact with the number 88 A-Works Motorsport Porsche 992 of Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury.
That was a little bit scary, to say the least of it. So then we get a look now at the 150 car coming into the pit lane. So Araujo Competición, looks like their wheel alignments are a little bit out on that car. I wonder if something's happened to Alvaro Ramos's machine. The 150 unfortunately pulling into the pit lane. We rejoin this battle that hasn't quietened down just because we've not been showing it. That's because we've got so many other battles out on the circuit. Moritz Viskirchen under still pressure from Dante Repange at the moment in this scrap for second place. Dante, a new addition, of course, to Liqui Team Engstler this weekend. It was Jonas Karklis alongside Luca Engstler for the last couple of rounds of the series. The Dutchman, a vice champion in the 2022 GT4 European Series Pro-Am Cup. Raced last year with ComTU Racing, as a matter of fact, in a GT3 car. I'm sure he's given a wave to that garage at some point, but forging a new path with the Lamborghini and Team Engstler.
Absolutely, and also running with some good pace at the moment. At the moment, these guys running in the high 143s and or the low 144s pretty consistently lap by lap. 7.25 minutes to go. This one's absolutely flown by. Here for the first race of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. Last weekend of the GT Winter Series. We will be back with coverage next week, though, for the 6 Hours of Barcelona. Very much looking forward to that one here with the GEDLICH Racing crew and Alpha Live. Here's your race leader now dealing with some lapped traffic. That's the Force Racing 214 Porsche of Jakob Trauer, currently running in 23rd position overall, and so far that's probably been the biggest bit of drama for Kobe Powles. It's been a serene drive.
It has been. I mean, first corner notwithstanding,
true,
that
yeah.
was a bit of a crosser, but other than that, yes, it's been pretty smooth sailing for him. Giuliano Holtzum, I think, will be a little bit annoyed that he hasn't quite been able to close in on this battle for second place. Of course, for he, it's a little bit less experience, it must be said, in a BMW M4 GT3. Sandro, his brother, of course, is vastly experienced, has raced DTM before with the M4 GT3 Evo. We just saw there Darren Howell getting put a lap down up against Jerzy Spinkovic in P8 overall. Spinkovic, who is actually, I think, lapping a little bit quicker than some of the GT3s ahead of him at the moment. Yeah, 3/10 quicker than Kari Schreiner last time by. Schreiner, who incidentally is now homing in on the rear of Simon Orange in the Evo 1 spec Lamborghini Huracan GT3 car. The biggest tell there, if you want to tell your specs apart, the Evo 2 has a rather larger air scoop feeding some cool air into the engine bay. That, of course, the Evo 2 spec is the car we see the Engstler team running.
We do indeed. So 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go of this one. Keeping an eye on the Cup 1 debate as well. Still that single Cup 3 car in between the two leaders in Cup 1, but it is very, very close across that run of cars from 11th down to 16th place, all with the red number boards on your timing graphic on the left-hand side of your screen. So plenty to play for in that class running the Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. Here it is, particularly if your name is Danilo Del Favero in the third of those red Ferraris, car number 9, which has closed into the back of Cristiano Maciel's number 50. And still, I think the big problem at the moment for Maciel, he just cannot find a way through past the McLaren there of Jaden Kelly. Eric Chung's looking a bit more comfortable now, 1.5 seconds up the road as there's some debris in the middle of the circuit down the pit straight there. And that has been noted by race control, Adam.
It has been car 7 with 5-second penalty added to its time. That is Darmetco, so that was potentially the contact we saw earlier on. In fact, it was, because it was at turn 10. The contact we saw earlier on with Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury. So for the Hubert Darmetco car, it's been a dramatic race, penalties and visits to the pits. Shota Abkazava there was slowing in the back of Shot. So from second in class, Shota Abkazava is with a puncture, and I wonder if that is why there's debris down at the first, or on the approach for the first corner down the main straight. That car with a flat, so Shota Abkazava unfortunately will likely lose second in class as well to Alessio Ruffini, which will give he and Milos Pavlovic 2 more points in the fight for the overall championship. And Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury is into the gravel as well. All kicking off. Still lots of drama going on then around the circuit, and with 3 minutes and 15 to go, with that car beached in the gravel and not far away from the circuit at all in that resting place, I dare suggest this might have to be an early pause.
Might be indeed. Just trying to work out where that is for, I think it's in sector number 2. No, it's in sector number 1. It's turn 1, turn 2 that Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury has had that problem. I think also for the number 7, what race control won't be too impressed by is that the number 7 was a lap down when it had that moment with the number 88. Not that that's any of concern to your race leader. Kobe Powell's still there in the 700, 7.2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. 2.5 minutes remaining of this race now. If there was to be some kind of neutralising of the race to aid the recovery of the number 88, Powell will be still feeling pretty comfortable with the remaining time on the clock of not having to fend off any attacks from behind. But right now we stay green. The marshals given their time to do what they need to do. You did just see Shota Abkazava crawling back to the pits there, and he is now in 3rd place in Cup 4. Alessio Ruffini has gone through, and Abkazava doing the right thing, of course, making sure that there's no further damage to the Lamborghini Huracan on its way back to the pits, Adam.
Yes, Artline is Shota Abkazava's team, so ultimately the buck stops with him, and there's no need
He's paying the bills.
Exactly. More direct than I was going to be, but yes, that is my point. Kobe Powers is our race leader. We have 2 laps to go here, I think, although it is going to be very close at the line. I must admit, for my sins, I'm not quite sure, with a 1:45 last time by, whether or not this will be the final lap of the race. Down at turn 2 there is where we saw Arif Al-Khoury, so that car is actually fairly out of the way. It did look quite bad in that initial tight shot when there were cars flying past it, but it'd be an unusual place for another car to collect it. 60 seconds left on the clock. I don't think Kobe Powers will much care whether or not this is the final lap of the race or not, but Maurice Fitzkirchen definitively will want this race to end, even though, again, it's not for points, it is for position, and Dante has been doing a good job of making life more than a little difficult for Maurice Fitzkirchen.
Has been indeed. 40 seconds on the clock. Kobe Powell's into the 3rd sector. There's been a change for 4th place in Cup 1. Andreas Sorensen has found a way past John Dillon to the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. So we said that there were going to be changes in Cup 1. Indeed, there are. 20 seconds to go on the clock. I think they might get round here. Kobe Powell is going to get another lap on the board, or start another lap before the timer ticks round to 0 out of turn 14. Just a solitary car up ahead in terms of traffic. The Lamborghini Shota Abkazava is still showing us in the pit lane. 5 seconds in the end over the line for Kobe Powell's to start another one here. That's not good news for Moritz Fitzkirchen, because he's got to defend for another tour of this circuit. The good news, though, is yellow flags out down towards turn 1 and turn 2 for the stricken number 88 of Al-Khoury. Removes one of the opportunities for Rapinage to make an overtake, but to be honest, he wasn't going to be close enough on that occasion to make a move. The car ahead of the race leader on track is the 333 Autosport Racing's Lamborghini Huracan that has been piloted by Alessio Ruffini, and not the quickest of races for Ruffini, but still one where They're going to get home, Adam, and they're going to get second place points, which is useful for the team.
Very useful for the team. Alessio had difficulties, I think, in qualifying in the wet conditions, but he managed to get the car through that. He managed to get the car through this race and gain some overall places on the way, which is just about everything that he could have hoped to do in this race. There is Raffini just ahead of Koba Powell's now as they come through turn 10 and indeed turn 11 for the final time. The number 700 car from ComTU Racing had a mixed fortunes weekend, let's say, at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Some issues, a puncture as well, cost Koba Powell's a shot at the victory there. And as he dispatches Alessio Raffini, now just one corner left to go. Koba Powell's will win for the first time in the GT Winter Series. ComTU Racing will win for the first time in the GT Winter Series. The Aston Martin Vantage wins the race by just a few seconds, 5.5 over Moritz Viskirchen. Dante Rapange will finish third overall and win GT3 Pro. Giuliano Holtzem will take fourth position in the Invitational BMW M4 GT3 Evo-ish, as the team call it. It's halfway to an Evo spec car. Leo Pichler in fifth position, and also rounding out the podium in the GT3 class. Simon Orange will cross the line in sixth place. A really strong race from Simon there. Eventually a couple of seconds clear of Kari Schreiner in seventh. Then it's the Cup 4 winner, Jerzy Spinkovic, in eighth place. Adrian Richney in ninth place in the Aston Martin Vantage GT3. A new experience for him racing a GT3 Aston Martin. And Eric Chung should come out as the Cup 1 winner in the Cup 1 class for Ferrari Challenge Machinery, the 296, the latest spec Ferrari Challenge car. Here comes Chung across the line now. He'll be followed by Jaden Kelly in the McLaren Artura Trophy car. And then second in class, only just, will be Cristiano Mathiel. Andreas Sorensen was closing in on him there towards the end of the race. Mathiel will score points for second in the Cup 1 class. In the fourth position in class, John Dillon for AF Corsa. Alfredo Hernandez finishes 15th overall, and the Cup 2 win goes to Fabian Di Bianca in his first appearance in a GT car. The young man from PTT Racing, who has been hyped to the gills by his own team since Estoril even. Well, he's proving the hype correct early on with a class win in Cup 2 ahead of Mons Thalin, and that is a good showing for him. Alessio Raffini finishes 20th overall, of course, but second in the class in the Cup 4 category for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Machinery. Amazing, amazing stuff. The Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3 of Koba Powell's had an absolutely exemplary drive at the front. We had lots of entertaining fighting further back in the field, but it was an exemplary performance from ComTU Racing and Koba Powell's. That's a team that have team and driver combination that have competed together extensively, and I'm sure it will be a measure of happiness for Kobe to win this race with them in that number 700 Aston Martin. He was there celebrating along with the team when they won the Spa 24 Hours overall last year. It wasn't his car, but he was delighted for the team that he's formed a long-term partnership with, and the 20-year-old is now a race winner in the GT Winter Series. Started his year with the 24 Hours of Dubai. He's already been a busy boy this year. Of course, the team also joined the grid in the GT Winter Series at Valencia, so he's got a good amount of mileage under his belt already in the Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3 this season. Mathis Lismont, his teammate among the ComTU drivers, congratulating him, and it is a big moment, I'm sure, for Koba Powell's. I believe that is his first overall victory in a GT3 car. So then, Koba Powell's is the race winner, and he seems delighted, the team seems delighted. I'm sure Moritz Viskirchen will be happy that he got to the end of that as well. It's not always been plain sailing for the Mercedes this year. You may remember 2 DNFs for SR Motorsport in the Valencia weekend. Aragon was a measure smoother for them, but all the same, I'm sure a huge relief for Moritz and SR Motorsport. Dante Rapinge is third in the race, of course, for Liqui Team Engstler. Dante, if memory serves me correctly, was announced to be driving a Lamborghini for another team in GT World Challenge Europe in the summer, so a little bit of experience for him going into the summer season in the Engstler Motorsport Liqui backed Lamborghini Huracan. Of course, we'll see Luca on the grid tomorrow as well, and he'll be fighting for overall honours. We can be absolutely sure of that. Meanwhile, along with Kobe Pauls, we can go down to Izzy Browning.
You can indeed, Kobe, a first win in the Winter Series. Congratulations, and quite a nice way to do it. We didn't actually see all that much of you on the stream because you were just off into the distance and enjoying your own race.
Yeah, it really was. You know, Valencia, I lost the victory due to a puncture, so I wanted to bounce back, and we did. Took the lead in turn 1, lap 1, and since then never looked back. Had a safety car restart to managed to get a gap, and then thanks to the team, provided me a good car, but I'm sure we can find some extra speed tomorrow, and hopefully we can all do it all over again in race 2 and race 3.
Yeah, the pace looks good, so when Matisse takes the car tomorrow morning, I'm sure that you'll be cheering him on in the garage and hoping that he can do the same.
Of course, you know, it's one big team, and we all want the victory. So 3 victories this weekend would be nice, but we will have to do our best. Competition is strong, but we won't give up.
And if there's changeable conditions tomorrow, obviously there was a little bit of rain at the beginning of the race, but not too much. But I think we're potentially expecting a fair bit of rain tomorrow. Is that something that you're taking your stride?
Yeah, you know, I'm doing rallycross, so there is all sliding. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. You know, in qualifying was the same conditions, damn track. I was the first car out on slicks. The team did a great call to send me out on slicks, so I really hope I can do it all over again tomorrow and use my rallycross experience.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll let you get up to the podium, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you tomorrow, our first winner of the weekend in the GT Winter Series.
Indeed, he has had some rallycross experience. I hadn't considered the relevance of that. We'll see how he does on Sunday, but what a race it was on Saturday for Corba Pauls. The first GT Winter Series race of the weekend, the first to have a split grid between the GT3s and the Cup cars, and it was Corba Pauls with an audacious late braking move into the first corner, around the outside and into the lead. Among the Cup cars, it was Jerzy Spinkovic who led them down to the first corner. He was, of course, leading the Cup 4 category for Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo machinery. The other drivers picking the bones through the first few corners, and unfortunately Hubert Darmetko found himself beat in the gravel. That would trigger a brief safety car, but we would go back to racing conditions, and Corba Pauls would set about building his lead. Giuliano Holtzum, after a few laps of trying, managed to get himself around Simon Orange. Both Pitchler and Holtzman were trying very hard to get around the McLaren, but Orange wouldn't have it. He carried on finding a way to stay ahead. Eventually, though, at turn 7, it was a move definitively against the McLaren by Giuliano Holtzum. Leo Pitchler would have to try and hold his patience a little bit longer as the very, very wide McLaren stayed ahead. It was a great defensive drive from Orange and a great turn of drifting as well for him. Alessio Raffini finding his way past Arif Ahmed Al-Khoury further back in the battles. Darren Howell getting into it as well with Jakub Twarog. Contact for Alessio Raffini with Hubert Darmetko, who seemed to be very racy, even though he was a little bit off the rest of the field. A difficult race, I think, for Darmetko. A little bit of an error at turn 7 cost Simon Orange ultimately. A good run up the hill towards turn 9 was all it took for Leo Pitchler to get through into the lead in Cup 1, or rather, sorry, in that GT3 class battle. The Cup 1 Ferrari of Mathiel there was getting rather loose, and Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury went airborne after that collision with the number 7. Shota Abkazava with a puncture we saw there on screen. Unfortunately, that would throw some debris down on the main straight. No safety car required, but still another obstacle for the drivers. Ahmed Arif Al-Khoury would end up in the gravel late on, but no safety car and a clean run to the flag for our race winner Kobe Powles. That sets them apart from their previous weekend. They didn't get a win at Valencia, but ComTU Racing, Kobe Powles, have done it here in race 1 at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya in the GT Winter Series. Moritz Viskirchen second in the overall, second in the GT3 class ahead of Dante Rapange. In 4th position, Giuliano Holzem. 5th place to Leo Pichler in the number 14 Razoon Porsche. Simon Orange for Orange Racing by JMH taking 6th place. Carrie Schreiner in 7th ahead of Jerzy Spinkovic, who won in the Cup 4 class. Adrian Richney in 9th position ahead of Eric Chung, the Cup 1 winner for AF Corsa. He was just clear of Jaden Kelly in the Cup 3 Artura Trophy for Greystone GT. Cristiano Mathiel in 12th position ahead of Andreas Sorensen. Mathiel, of course, scoring 2nd place points as they look to hold the overall championship lead. John Dillon 14th. Alfredo Hernandez in 15th place. Danilo Del Favero in 16th position. Alberto Di Martin in 17th. Fabian Di Bianca winning Cup 2 on his debut in GT Racing ahead of Mons Thalin. In 20th place, Alessio Raffini scoring 2nd place points in the Cup 4 class. Jakub Twarog in 21st. Darren Howell 22nd. Darmetko 23rd. Apkazava, Arif Al-Khoury and Ramos all not running at the flag. Just quickly to tell you as well, Mathiel and Aguas on 176 points. The Cup 1 number 50 Ferrari leading the overall points on 176 provisionally after that race. 168 for the defending champion Kenneth Heyer, SR Motorsport, and of course Moritz Viskirchen. Raffini and Pavlovic on 162 points. They've dropped to 3rd in the overall standings provisionally, with 2nd in the Cup 4 class. Thalin and Bergman sit on 158 points in the overall championship as the comfortable leaders in Cup 2, but unfortunately they have some work to do if they are to be champions this year in the GT Win Series overall standings. For Mathiel and Aguas, though, they've done everything right on Saturday, and of course as they continue to keep that buffer perfect against Viskirchen and Heyer, that 8-point buffer that started the weekend has lasted through race 1. As long as they keep doing that, as long as they keep getting Cup 1 podiums, then the ship is on course for Aguas and Mathiel. Still a long way to go, though, in the championship. 2 races left, 40 points left on the board, and 4 teams within 20 points in the championship. So it could go anyway still on a potentially dramatic Sunday in the GT Winter Series, as Izzy alluded to down there on the grid, or rather on the post-event interview in the pit lane. We are looking at the forecast with a degree of trepidation for Sunday. Will it rain? And if it does rain, when? How much? And whom will it affect most? Those are all questions you can only answer by tuning in to watch us on Sunday as the Winter Series All 4 Championships will be decided. Of course, one of them has already been decided. Danny Sufi has secured the Prototype Winter Series title today, but the Formulas, the GT4s and the GTs are all still up for grabs, and that will be a very exciting day of racing. Of course, there are a lot of classes in the GT Winter Series, which does mean that it takes a little while to collar absolutely everyone that's needed up there on the podiums, but Andrew Mather and the GEDLICH Racing and Race Ready organisations are doing a good job of that at the moment. We should be able to see the drivers onto the podium before too long. But for now, we remind you that we will be live before 9 o'clock in the morning with a full day of racing in the GT, the GT4, the Prototype and the Formula Winter Series. So if you are just here for the racing action, that is when it's coming. But if you want to revel in the celebrations, Andrew Mather is our MC on the podium.
Thank you very much, Adam. Great to be here at the podium once again for the final time today on Saturday at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya for the GT Winter Series. Let's kick things off this evening with our first category and our winning driver in the Cup 5 category. Please welcome driver number 5 for AF Corsa, Darren Howell. And we'd also like to welcome once again to the podium Jose Luis Santamaria, the track director for Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, to present the winner's trophy. To Cup 4 next for the Lamborghini Super Trofeos. Let's first of all welcome a tough race, but good to have them on the podium again for Art Line, driver number 12, Shota Abkazava in third. In second place for Autosport Racing in the 333, Alessio Ruffini. And your winner in Cup 4, once again for Unique Racing, please give a big hand for Jerzy Sminkovic. And the trophies to be presented to our top three. For third, Stefan Lerner from the GEDLICH Racing team, Florenzi Caso from Pirelli, and Jose Luis Santamaria once again. Let's bring out our winner for Cup 3 next in the McLaren Artura. Please give a big hand for Greystone GT's Jaden Kelly. And the trophy to be presented to Jaden Kelly. Please welcome once again Jose Luis Santamaria. Next up into Cup 2 for the Porsche Cup runners. Please welcome your third place driver for Porsche Racing in the 214, Jakob Traurog. In second place for Rilico Motorsport in the number 44, please welcome out Mons Tallinn. And your winner today in Cup 2 for PTT Racing in the 33, please give a big hand for Fabian De Bianca. And the trophies to be presented once again by Stefan Lerner for third place from GEDLICH, Florenzi Caso from Pirelli for second place, and from the team here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, Jose Luis Santamaria. Into Cup 1 next, and it's an AF Corsa 1, 2, 3 for the Ferrari Challenge 296 category today. First up, in third place, please welcome in the number 76, Andreas Sorensen. In second place, some more precious points for the championship. Please welcome out in the number 50 AF Corsa, Cristiano Maciel. And your winner in the Ferrari Challenge 296 class for Cup 1 cars, please welcome your winner in the 196, Eric Chung. And once again, the trophies to be presented by Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH, Florenzi Caso from Pirelli, and Jose Luis Santamaria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Thank you, drivers. We look forward to seeing you in action again tomorrow. We next move to GT2. Please welcome out your winning driver in GT2 in the number 15, prepared by NM Racing. Please welcome Alberto De Martin. And the winner's trophy to be presented once again by Jose Luis Santa Maria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. To our penultimate podium, and GT3 Pro is our destination. A brilliant drive in third place overall for Liqui Moly Team Engstler. Please welcome out the driver of the number 8, your winner in GT3 Pro, Dante Repange. And your trophy to be presented by Jose Luis Santa Maria, track director here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Into our final podium then, GT3 is a final destination of the day. First of all, let's welcome our third place driver for the Razzoon Northern Racing team in the number 14. Please welcome Leo Pichler. In second place and more good points for this team for SR Motorsport, the driver of the number 1, your runner-up, Moritz Vischkirchen. And your winner in the Aston Martin Vantage, prepared by Come2U Racing. Please welcome the driver of the number 700, Kobe Powles. And for the last time today, the trophies to be presented by Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH, Ferenzi Caso from Pirelli, and Juan Luis Santa Maria from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya.
Y ahí están los campeones de GTWS, también novedad absolutos. La tercera posición para Leo Pichler, para Moritz Vischkirchen y para Kobe Powell. Con el número 700, la posición de la cuarta posición, que va a ser en la segunda posición, y en la victoria para el equipo de Come2U Racing. Nosotros ahora, en definitiva, esta es la categoría seria, esta semana de 7.
A fantastic day's racing here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Saturday is done. More tomorrow from all of our categories on Sunday. Hope you are with us, but for now, let's press down to Izzy Browning.
Welcome down to the pit lane for the final time today. Not the final time, of course, this season, as we have one more day tomorrow, which we're very, very excited about. But of course, as always, at the end of the day, Adam Weller has joined me from the commentary box. And we're going to have a little wrap-up of the day, as we always do. And as we always do, we will start with the Formula Winter Series, as they were the first of the day. Drama, I think, is potentially the word. Well, I said coming into this weekend that Gabriel Gomez had not been off the podium all season long, and that did change today. A very dramatic, well, not a dramatic end to his race, because his race never really got started, but a dramatic way to start the final weekend in the championship.
It is. I mean, arguably, looking at the maths connotations, it's still a matter of he scores 4 points, he's fine. However, you drop a dozen eggs so many times and you don't have an omelette anymore. If he's not careful, he needs to make sure he gets race 2 and race 3 right, because obviously that specific way of doing it as well, stalling on the line, that could have been so much worse. That could have been a chassis killer for the car, you know. So he did get quite lucky in a sense. I know he was frustrated, but the evening now needs to be get your head in the game, just get that car to the flag on Sunday morning. If it's within the top 10, brilliant. But just get a finish on the board. 2 good races is all he needs. Not even good races. 2 average races will do him enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Potential quote of the season there with the eggs and the omelettes. So fantastic to have a nice quote at the end of the season. But of course, it was Leo Robinson that took the win. And I said to him, well, he didn't actually know that had happened to Gabriel Gomez, and I said to him, you know, it's a tall order, but you have taken the title into tomorrow. Right, we'll move on to the GT4 Winter Series then, as Andrew Mather joins us from the podium. The GT4 Winter Series, of course. The elite duo haven't done it yet, or I say duo. I can see that Morris Vizkirchen and Kenneth Heyer are behind us, by the way. Of course, they did that last weekend, just wanting to get in the shot. Yeah, so the elite duo haven't taken the championship yet. Of course, it will be Mackenzie Cresswell who, should they take the championship, it will be Mackenzie Cresswell alone, given that Tom Leben had not done the full season. But a little bit of drama in the GT4s as well, given that I didn't think I was going to be interviewing Charlie Hart at the end of that race, and then they crossed the line and the win's gone Charlie's way.
Yeah, very close and very impressive from Rafa Racing. They've really turned it round, haven't they? They were having proper troubles during the first two races at Aragon, whether they found something just before that third one, but I sometimes see the confidence just click with a driver and team, and yeah, they're not going to be a major part in the championship battle in terms of being right up at the end, but for the elite guys and for others, the fact that Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren is now looking really, really pacey, that's a potential problem for them tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, tomorrow being the last day, I said it on the grid earlier, it's going to be a bit last day of school vibes. And of course, those that aren't in the championship hunt can potentially take a bit more risk on the last day. Moving on to the prototype Winter Series then, as the Conrad car, not the number 1, but the number 11, comes past us in the pit lane. We do have our first champion of the weekend, two-time prototype Winter Series champion, Danny Soufi. Of course, it was going to be him. We knew it coming into this weekend.
And we got some more Danny Soufi origin story in your interview afterwards, which was really good fun. Two-time champion now in the Prototype Winter Series. He has really, and I use this phrase a lot, but he has shop windowed himself as an LMP3 driver. I was there for the first race in 2022 that he did in these kind of cars, and he was good, but the level of improvement has been really impressive. I think he is going to be hugely keen in potentially the summer or the years to come to now get into a third generation car, see how that V6 suits him. And, you know, we hope to see him again, but who knows where we might see Danny Soufi in the next couple of years.
Yeah, Danny Soufi, remember the name, is probably what we need to say to the viewers at home. And of course, our final race of the day, the GT Winter Series, you've just come straight from the podium, so fresh in your mind. Kobe Powell's taking the win, a first win of the season for the Comptius.
A very good win indeed. Looked pretty comfortable out there, and a nice calm race for many of the teams as well. I know, sure, there were a couple of problems for the number 7 and the number 88, which they'll work on overnight. But I think for the majority of the teams, that's what they needed ahead of tomorrow, when that weather's potentially coming in and there's two races and it could all get a little bit crazy. You know, one race under their belts, they can settle into the rhythm now for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are back tomorrow. Only the one championship has been decided today on Winter Series Saturday, and Winter Series Sunday at the season finale still to go. We will all be back. The fans that we've seen in the grandstands today who have braved the weather will also be back, we hope, and we also hope to have your company then. We will see you early tomorrow morning.
Hartling, but it's down racing. They both go deep into the corner.